them know that we are the American Indians. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Your heritage is right here now.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African. Nigga, you a lying motherfucker. Nigga talking about we African. You African, nigga. I ain't African.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day. And when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turn to morning dew, then you let's face it, baby, you know all the places, my places, your place, my place, your place, my place, just face it, no one knows my places like you do, your places like I do. Like you do. Baby, don't stop. Got the key to the lock. We in our own zone. Make yourself at home. Get to know mine on the inside. Can meet at yours next.
Hey, y'all. Hey, smash that like button. So that particular song, and I'm sorry, I've been meaning to tell y'all where I got that song from. I signed up with Epic Records, and they have all kinds of free songs that you could use on YouTube, but you have to sign up. There is a monthly fee. So I signed up with them. So I have music that I won't be stricken for. And there's a lot, just thousands that you could choose from on that particular site. It's called Epic Records. Epic Sound, I'm sorry. Epic Sound. Some of you probably heard of it. And I was just going through the songs and picked out some. But there's more. I'm gonna start using different ones. There's hip hop and everything on there. So yeah, that's where I got that from. Smash the like button, y'all. Y'all need a yeah. Chief Crazy Overstand, Empress Freedom Feather, Grand High Vibes, honor to everybody watching. Smash the like button. Um, I, you know, yesterday I felt sad and happy and motivated all at one time, and that comes from being surrounded by people who continuously motivate you and make you feel good, and they keep it very real with you. And I have those um uh type of people that I'm surrounded with, whether it's family, my tribal brothers and sisters who I love so much, and I get a lot of great feedback from my tribal brothers and sisters, especially the chiefs of the tribe, associate chiefs of the tribes, and men and women. When I feel some type of way about certain situations, and they motivate me, and I ask them because I look within myself out of order with specific people that we share of interest with, and about a lot of different things, because they always, 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 I don't care what day I go live, there's always at least 5 of my tribal brothers and sisters that watch my channel every time I go live. It's even if it's just one, it's, and my family, and they've watched me um, work over the years because they know I like to lecture. It's something that I always liked doing, even when I was a younger woman in undergrad school. I did. I always liked teaching, even when I was in little school, helping people with their homework and schoolwork. So that was something I always liked. And all those years of doing that, even when I worked in my internships at different places to get my master's in social work, I always work with youth and teenagers and adults to get to understand in a way that they could understand by giving them the visuals. And I found that I needed to do that a lot for people to see what you're talking about versus telling them. So that has always been one of the things that I like doing with our people, because I noticed that with people from my community, if you show it to them, they can see it, and also they see things that you don't really see, despite their learning disability and comprehension. When you show them something, um, a lot of our people are visual learners, and once they see it, they could fly with it and understand things that you're showing them even better than you can. So I always like to do that. And I always make sure that I use primary sources, either something that was used in a federal or state case that has precedent, or I deal a lot with federal government material. So all my sources are private. I Google sometimes, not all the time. Very, if it's something simple that's commonly understood, yeah, I'll share something from Google, but that's not my primary resource. And you guys know me for that. I always try to make sure I bring receipts, and I always have my sources, whether it's a link to the source where I got it from, and it's typically from probably a congressional website of that nature, or a law firm, or anywhere. But that's for the most part. As far as the havoc and misunderstandings in the community across YouTube, I've grown from that. And like I said, I am so at peace with the people that I really truly liked in my heart. I am at peace. And that means at peace with people that you saw over the years that we had cat fights. That's what I would call them. As adults, we had cat fights. And I really, really did not want to be in those cat fights. I didn't, because I actually liked the people and that I was catfighting with. And I think I was more hurt than I was revengeful with them. And you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Ab Power, Ab TV, Empress Holbert. I much rather in my heart wanted to be that connection back that I had with them, versus fighting with them. I really didn't want to do that. It wasn't fun because even though we were fighting during that time, that's like 2 years now, I think. I still watched your channel. And when I watched your channel at the time we were fighting and things of that nature, it would hurt me because I couldn't be me in their chat room. I had to sit back and just observe being hurt because I really wanted to participate in the chat room. So, all that's over now, and I'm so glad. I'm an adult. You know, some of the people that I had little cat fights with are old enough to be my, sons, and daughters, and I didn't want to do that. It was no fun. It wasn't fun because I literally liked them. So I took a step back and, was the big person, and we just squashed it, man. It is fun, and I am too old to say if you be their friend, I'm not going to be your friend. That kind of shit. I that's like sixth grade shit. I don't do that, and I'm not going to. And my tribal brothers and sisters understand the whole situation, and gave me the motivation and encouragement to continue, doing what I'm doing, letting it officially go. And, with people, I just don't do that and I can't do it. When somebody apologized to me, I feel it and it feels good. And I apologize back. It feels good. And I'm just glad that the situation is squashed. You know, I'm 56 years old, and I don't do that kind of shit, and I have a lot of tribal work that I do. I look tired in my eyes now because I work my job and I do a lot of tribal work that really, really stresses me out. And YouTube is my escape from that. And so that's why I don't like to really, really talk about genealogy when I'm live. That's something that I do, outside of YouTube on personal level. You know what I mean? So I'm running, really running from that when I come to YouTube because like I said, when I first started, it was me, the genealogy, and my newspaper. And like I said, a couple of my tribe members lifted me from having to spend so much time on particular things in the tribe so I could finish, working on my newspaper because I want my newspaper to grow. And there's so many obstacles that get in the way of that. Yes, I am drinking. All I do is drink water, baby. I'm not a soda person. The only time I drink soda is like when I drink ginger ale. I have like the 24 bottles of water. I drink room temperature water too. I'll drink cold water, but my preference is room temperature water. And I have like a case when we go grocery shopping. I have Willie or Sammy or my daughter bring it up to my room, and I have water in my room, or I'll stack them in the hallway upstairs because I get sick of running all the way downstairs at night because I roll over the water in the morning before I even drink my coffee. Because coffee does dehydrate you, but I love my coffee. I drink my water. I drink a lot of water. And my sister and brothers, they always tell me, that's why you don't have no bumps on your face because you drink so much water. I do. I drink so much water and I'm up all night in the bathroom, in my sleepwalking, going to the bathroom. So, yeah. But anyway, I've just decided to let some things go. And I even, it hurts, but some things you have to let go because I have so much work that I'm doing with my tribe members. And we have, we have two great things coming up this year. And I'm excited about it. And I can't make the announcement now, but when the time comes, in June, I think I should be able to make the announcement. But the second thing, we have our Wow Wow, our Wow Wow, in September the 9th. It's a Saturday at 12 noon in South Carolina. And I'm looking so forward to that. We had so much fun last year. We already have over 100 people confirmed that they're coming because they already reserved their hotel rooms or B&B. So I'm excited. And I'm excited because some of the brothers and sisters from in the community are going to come this year that didn't get a chance to go last year. So we're working on that. That's a lot of work. Um, so yeah, I got a lot of things keeping myself busy. And we have such creative chiefs. You know, they make these really cute things. Look at this. It's our tribal colors and it's a fan. And one of our tribal chiefs made it and sent it to me in the mail. You know, they always keep me happy. It's a fan. You know, we love fans, you know. And you could order these off of our website. It's like really this really cool fan, and it's our tribal colors. I so love it. And at my age with the hot flashes, I probably will purchase some, and send it to some of my sisters that I know that's having hot flashes in the mail. But it's really cool. I love it. I swear I love it. She's just like so damn creative, man. She puts little things on it, and it's just Clio, South Carolina, Marble County on Highway 9. I'm going to send out a flyer. You'll get the flyer probably by next week because we like to send the flyer out early so people can make hotel reservations and possibly team up with other people that live in closer states like North Carolina, you know, and people that don't mind driving 10 hours and staying for a weekend. Um, so they can get their hotel rooms reserved. So we'll have the flyer out this Sunday and it'll be on our website. And the food is definitely free. If you want to bring something, you most certainly can. Water's always good. Um, um, your liquor, you know, your wood, whatever. Okay. So we'll have the flyer out after I have the chiefs look at it for final and let me know it's okay to put on our website. It'll go out. So we're excited about that. Um, South Carolina state troopers are freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. It's like they, you know, really rode around and, you know, watched the area for us. And they said that anytime we come up there, it's cool. They really liked it. They were really nice to us. So I'm really great that we have that connection with them, you know, just for protection, you know, and for stupid shit to go off. But they're really cool and they like the food. So um both undercover and in uniform. They are very generous to us in South Carolina. Um, so yeah. So to make a long story short, I'm not gonna feed into foolishness. You know, I'm just not gonna do it. And you know, it really hurts, but you know, even to the point where, you know, some channels I just unsubscribe to and that way it's official, you know. I'm too old, I can't be bothered, you know. I won't continue to reach out to people that, you know, don't give a fuck because, you know, I got a lot, like I said, we have great things going on and we have great things coming up, so I got to focus on that and just move on, you know, and let shit go. And I'm cool with it because we're doing absolutely great as a nation. um so, what I want to get in today, you guys, is colonizers, invaders, U.S. citizens are not supposed to identify you based on observations. And this is true. And what can that result in if that's done or has been done? And you finding something out, you know, later on, you know, and not knowing. So, um, yeah, I decided that today we will discuss torts, torts, torts. because people need to know legally because they're citizens, but force assimilated citizens. Okay? You need to understand that you are force assimilated citizens in the corporation. It wasn't by a voluntary thing. Anytime you're forced off your land from another state where you've occupied the area for thousands of years and you're removed and forced into inhumane, uncomfortable, crowded, overcrowded living conditions, and everything that you had was taken away from you and given to someone else um, to gain revenue or generate revenue off of. That's some serious harm dating back to the date that it happened. And our ancestors not having anyone to properly represent them. These are the things that have happened. Those lands, I assure you, were not abandoned. Okay? Anytime you have to be forced to live in inner cities in in horrible conditions just so other people can take it and live there with their families from other countries is horrifying. And it's a horrifying thing to go to. I don't care what you say. Anything outside of the 13 colonies, the little small lands, foreigners that come over here and buy homes or build homes, 2 to 1, they're building homes on stolen land. Okay? They're building homes on stolen land. The colonizers only had 13 colonies, and it wasn't 13 states. It was 13 areas and across the 13 states. Okay? Let's just put that out there. Let's just say, for instance, in each of the 13 states, they had 40 acres in each 13 states. Any land, anyone coming over here, purchasing land and buying and putting up homes and structures for business, for commercial or residential, anything outside the 40 acres of those lands in each state is on stolen land. And what happened was you were taught differently about where you came from and who you were, and it was a collective effort. So now you don't know you have land. If the people that were already here were pushed into and forced assimilated into a corporation, the people that were already here already had land in locations where they stayed. Why would someone leave their farmland? All these acres of land. Why would someone leave over 160 acres of land and go live in a uh, 16, 20, 30-story building in the inner city? Why would someone leave? Why? That would be insane in my case. I mean, imagine you, the individual Aboriginal Indian, living on what is maybe 40 acres of land, and you have 16 families that live on that land as well. And all of a sudden, you, do you mean to tell me you would just like walk away from that land and, hey, I'm going to live in the hood, forget this land? I don't find that humanly possible. Do you? Something happened. And forced assimilation based on Christianity that was denounced by the head over Christianity, the Pope. So something's wrong here. Something's been done, and it's only been done to a specific people on this landmass. Okay? forced assimilation into the inner cities was only done to a specific population of people. And they were labeled as Negroes and coloreds and Indians and black. Negro and Indians one and the same. And these are the only people that this happened to in North America landmass. And that's a fact. It's definitely a fact. Native Americans were brought over here and put on specific reservations. They weren't forced off their lands by the U.S. They were brought in here and put on reservations overseen by the U.S. This is what we need to understand. We were all over North America as a people, in every state, every location, even where there was not even a state built, we were there. But no matter where we were forced into specific areas called the cities, the inner cities, and we've been there ever since. That's harmful. And being forced in inner cities and broken up as families and a people, it has caused us to live in severe poverty for many, many, many years, up to including this day. We've been suffering in our own land and held in bondage in our own land, in bondage based on federal law that's written by foreigners, imposed on us as a people. That's what happened to us. We've been imposed on foreign laws based on their religious literature and been held in bondage since. And the way we're held in bondage, they just came over and imposed laws on how we are going to live on our land. Forced off our lands into the inner city and then imposed. That was even a law. Indian Removal Act. All these laws. And from there on, foreigners have been withholding laws over our heads. That's bondage. So it's more like they walked in here and said, things are going to go our way. This is what you're going to do from now on. And if you don't, we're going to enslave you, which means imprisonment. And people forget to understand that our people that became freedmen were imprisoned. They were freed. They didn't come from Africa and then become imprisoned. No. We were imprisoned back as early. It began back as early as the 1400s. Because if you look up when were the Indians enslaved, it gives you the time period. And then they inserted a fake story of bringing all these Africans over here, which is just not true. It's not true at all. There's a huge history, okay, documented and truth that Negroes went over there to build and colonize Liberia. That's the only portion that they went over there to because some agreed to go. I wouldn't have never left my land. That was their doing, but all of us didn't go there. No, that's a lie. So we need, yes, 1452. The same time all the other Indians in the North were enslaved and at war. You heard the Pequots were enslaved to another Indian tribe. So our enslavement as a people was back in the 1400s. And that's a fact. It didn't start in the 1800s. It did not. It started in the 1400s. And we've been enslaved ever since, every time they took power over us. Didn't start in the 1800s. We became freedmen in the 1800s. Yes, indeed. But that was from being enslaved dating back to the 1400s. Why do you think you see white people overseeing our tribes? Because they were the enslavers and who imposed the law. A lot of them took to their European side that were mulatto too and imposed foreign laws on us. So you have to understand, don't think that the freedmen were slaves that were brought over here in the 1600s. No, we were already enslaved prior to the 1600s. And I need you to understand that it's written. I showed it to you. Facts. If people that are totally against the fact that we're not the first people here, and the very first Atlantans, Americans, there's no way you can't understand that our people that have been indoctrinated. We're the only people on the planet Earth where life exists with several racial classifications. There's no other race with as many racial classifications as us. You have to wonder why a specific people have so many racial classifications during a period over the many years. And it was always to hide who we are and instill it in our children so they wouldn't know. That's terrible. Horrible. All kinds of time. Since 1452, as early as 1452, we began losing our lands to these foreigners that have come over here and built an army using our own people as well to enslave us, our sons, hang our men, kill our people. Thank you, Rashida, sweetheart. Thank you, baby. Seriously. And people say, Sister Bethy, she ain't been in here as long as me. I get that. I understand. I've been here now 4 years in YouTube. But 4 years is a lot of time to research, wouldn't you say, about our history? Using the tools that you've used all your life to research our history and just getting swift at it. I'd say that'd be a long time. Keith 444 says, in 4 years, I'm getting ready to go in my 5th year. And I love doing it. It's fun. It gives me something mentally to do outside of the tribe work. Well, it's part of tribe work anyway, because we have to keep our brothers and sisters up to date. So I enjoy doing this. Keith says, what do you mean by we were slaves if we are indigenous to this land? Trying to understand. Okay, sweetheart. It goes back a lot, and I still don't have a problem recommending people to channels that show the basics of understanding our history. And you would find a lot of this on Dane Galloway's channel about our history as a people, going back, if you sort his videos from the earliest when he first started, where it really gives you basic understanding. But I'll give you an understanding and try and put it in smaller terms for you to understand. But what I mean when I say that we were slaves is we had our own system here prior to any foreigner coming here, such as when Plymouth Rock landed up in Massachusetts. Our history goes before 1492. And it always have. We were operating and running a system here. We had trading. We were trading with each other as Indians across these states and even across the fake border lines they put between North, Central, and South America. We were trading with each other as Aboriginals to our landmass. And within the North, Central, and South America, they were invaded. We were invaded by Spain, Britain, France, Germany, all those different European nations. They came in and invaded our lands and enslaved us as Indians. That's basically, in a nutshell, what happened. They took over our current system and put it to their liking, because originally they came over here as the Slavs and they flipped the script on us. Like the story that you hear about these thousands of slaves coming over here in the 1619 project, that wasn't our people. Those were a lot of Slavs from England and all the European nations. They came over here and worked with us. They had to, because we were the only ones who knew how to cultivate this land, our lands being in North, Central, and South America. And it started as early as 1492 when it slowly began, up to and including this date, because the same people that are right now predominantly in Congress, they are the descendants of those very people that came over here and enslaved us. And we're still in an enslavement system. As a matter of fact, all races of people here that are under the 1% are in pretty much a slave-like system, because if you work in someone's corporation, you are a slave. Slave meaning employee. So basically, when they came over here, they said, this is how things are going to go. When they flipped the script on us and took all our lands, they rose overpower us and seized our lands by force and all these different types of things, and up to including to what you see today. But they didn't only do it here, they did it in other countries as well. Wherever you see the European powers ruling at and other countries, they did the same thing there, colonized places to their liking, utilizing their Christianity as the force, which brings us to the Pope denouncing the doctrine of discovery, because they based it on a decree that they're saying we didn't teach them to do this. And this is not. And so it goes on and on. So you might want to watch some of my old videos and some of Dane's old videos. And I'm going to put some links in there for channels that you could actually watch where you could get this great information from. It's not great information, but it's informal information that someone like yourself would need. And there's people in here like Aboriginal Power, Aboriginal TV, Supreme Chief Holiday, Empress Hobart, Phoenix Moon. There's so many people that are very swift and aware about our history. And also channels that I'm really not subscribed. Top Cats, legendary Top Cats, all teach about our history as a people. But what I'll do is before the end of the show is over, I'll list their names and put the links to their channels because they're great channels. They're all great channels to watch. I watch them when I get off my live. I look forward to watching everybody I just named channel just to get a laugh or debate. And I also watch Brother Sanchez channel, but he teaches flat earth. He's flat earth. So I'm a flat earther thanks to him. And he's another great channel to watch when you really want to take a break away from like the debating and things of that nature about our history. He's a great and very interesting channel to watch. Yeah. Elder N. Ron Hayes. Open letter to Chief Wells. Whatever. Oh, I have to check it out. Mm. So I hope I helped a little bit, Keith. It's so much more to learn. Shout out to Yellow Suwaki, Simone Watson, Susan Thomas, R.L. Smith, New Growth out of Trenches. Honor everybody that joined and everyone that's watching. Prisoners of war, Aboriginal American gal. Honor to you. Honor to everyone. So let's get into torts. It's a few slides. I want to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm literally going to ask you some questions. And also, I want to put this in here before I forget. It's the Code of Federal Regulations. CFR stands for Code of Federal Regulations. Okay? So I'm going to put this in the chat. And you should keep this and mark this. Keep it because it's a great read. It's about torts. But let's read it. Some things that I pulled out from the Library of Congress, definitions, and let's get into it. Fair use. Smash the like button. Oh my goodness, what am I doing here? Oh, I see what I did. There we go. So I'm going to do a share screen. Let's get into it, you guys. Shout out Rodney Love. Herb O. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not subscribed, so I wouldn't know. Let's see. Ah, where did it go? Oh, I know where it's at. Sorry, guys. My dude. Okay. Let's go to the beginning. I always forget to do this. From the beginning. All right. So torts defined. Torts. We're going to talk about torts today. Tort is tort law. So basically, and you can also get the real definition from the Black Law Dictionary. I got a basic one. Oh, damn. I always forget to do this. Wait a minute, you guys. Hang on. There we go. Now that's better. Share screen. Window. Here we go. All right. From the beginning. All right. Tort. A tort is an act or omission that gives rise to injury or harm to another and amounts to a civil wrong for which courts impose liability. In the context of torts, injury describes the invasion of any legal right, whereas harm describes a loss or detriment in fact that an individual suffers. Hey, you guys, can you see this clearly or is it blurry? Hey, Anthony, Rodney, can you guys see this? Is it clear or is it blurry? Because I really want you to be able to see it. Hey, Equator, is it good? Oh, it's blurry. I thought it would be. Let me stop it so I could fix it because it probably has something to do with my lighting. Ding, 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 ding. All right, let's turn the camera on. I'm clear. So, see, they don't want you to have this information, but I will email these slides to you. So it might be blurry. It might be blurry because we're talking about real stuff, but that's okay. We'll let it be a little blurry. They could do their little funky thing that they do. It's all good in the hood. All right. So I thought I was sharing. Oh, there it is. Okay. So again, come on. It's all good. They don't want you to see this. They want to mess up my little thing here. But it's all good. All right. It's all good. That's YouTube. Because we're gonna start going in Zoom. Is that better? Is that a little better, you guys? Oh, good. Okay, good. So a tort is an act or omission that gives rise to injury or harm to another and amounts to a civil wrong for which court imposed liability. In the context of tort, injury describes the invasion of any legal right, whereas harm describes a loss or detriment, in fact, that an individual suffers. Mookie, get the food out the oven, baby, and cut it off. All right. Oh, shit. I can't get this girl to wake up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I put it in the oven. Sorry. No, it's okay. Couldn't get up. They're going to hear you while I'm live. Be quiet. Here you go. Just save me a little some rising point. Be careful. It's real hot. I'll cut the stove off. And to fix my baby something to eat. I'm so sorry, y'all. All right. So, what is the purpose of a tort claim? And this is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Fair use. And it's going across my banner as well. I am not rendering legal advice. What we are doing is learning about what it is based on what's on or what's in the Library of Congress, which is where I get this from. It's out for the public. The Federal Tort Claims Act. So when you see FTCA, that stands for Federal Tort Claims Act, is a federal legislation enacted in 1946 that provides a legal means for compensating individuals who have suffered personal injury, death, or property loss or damage caused by the neglect or wrongful act or omission of an employee of the federal government. Let that sit right in your head. Individuals who have suffered personal injury, death, or property loss or damage caused by the neglect or wrongful act or omission of an employee of the federal government. Let that sit in your head. There are exceptions to what claims may be payable under. It generally allows individuals to recover monetary damages from the United States under circumstances where the United States, if a private person, would be liable in accordance with the law of the place where the negligent or wrongful act or omission occurred. Okay, so right here, I want to take you, we're going to go to the Code of Federal Regulations, which is what I got offline and share it with you. Okay. I believe it's here. Yes, it is. And when the link that I shared with you in the site takes you directly to the National Archives, which is public information about the Code of Federal Regulations. Oh, baby, thank you. That's not too much. You don't want none. Okay. The regulations. This is the scope of the regulations. 101, Part 10. Administrative claims under Federal Tort Claims Act. And there's links that you could click. The scope of regulations. The regulations in this part apply only to claims asserted under the Federal Tort Claims Act as amended. Title 28 of the United States Code, Section 2671. So when you see U period, S period, C period written out like that, that links you to an actual code. Okay? A federal code. When you see 28 first, that's the title. USC is Title 28, United States Code 2671 to 2680 for money damages against the United States because of damage to or loss of property or personal injury or death caused by the neglect or wrongful act or omission of any employee of the Environmental Protection Agency while acting within the scope of his or her employment. Now, that's specific to the Environmental Protection Agency. But tort is tort. It applies any government agency. Understand? This is just specific to the EPA, which is the Environmental Protection Agency. But in any agency, whether state or local, tort claims apply. But I'm not going to read this whole thing. It's huge as hell. I just took out some interesting parts of it. I put the link in so you can go and read it yourself. People got to get in to like, oh God, this damn thing is just doing what it wants with me today. Jesus Christ. I tell you, it's just doing what it wants. That's because we're getting some good stuff up in here. Let me get this back where it was supposed to be. Back up in here. Oh, God. God. Move this shit out the way. Put it back up in there. Oh, my goodness. I can't stand this damn thing. All right, now we're back to where we need to be. So let's get back to the slides. You have the link in there. I'll put it in there again. That's to the United States Code, torts, federal regulations. So let's get back to the slides. All right, from the beginning. All right. The three main types of torts. These are the main types, but there are other torts. It's not limited to these three. But tort lawsuits are the biggest category, and they are, of civil litigation and can encompass a wide range of personal injury cases. Shit is we'll talk about that later. Because what was done to your ancestors was personal as an individual. Let's just keep reading. However, there are three main types: intentional torts, negligence, and strict liability. You better believe that applies. But let's just keep going. Intentional torts. Let's read about it. And you can decide if shit was done to you intentionally. I think it's obvious if you're imprisoned and your own fucking land by foreigners that come over here. Okay? Well, let's keep going and wait to the end. Talk about the good, juicy stuff. An intentional tort is when an individual or entity purposely engages in conduct that causes injury or damage to another. For example, striking someone in a fight would be considered an intentional act that would fall under the tort of battery, whereas accidentally hitting another person would not qualify as intentional because there was no intent to strike the individual. However, this act may be considered negligent if the person hit was injured. Well, I don't think they accidentally took our fucking land, but let's keep going. Throw up some fire. Although it may seem like an intentional tort can be categorized as a criminal case, there are important differences. A crime can be defined as a wrongful act that injures or interferes with the interests of society. In comparison, intentional torts are wrongful acts that injure or interfere with an individual's well-being or property. If you think that happened in your ancestry, lineage, history, could you please throw up some fire? Honey, intent. When you take somebody's shit and then imprison them, that's intent, baby. Not hard to figure that out. While criminal charges are brought by the government and can result in a fine or jail sentence, tort charges are filed by a plaintiff seeking monetary compensation for damages that the defendant must pay if they lose. Well, what happens when it's the fucking government that did it? Are they in violation of their own law? Just asking. I'm just asking. That's all. Because the Pope did denounce that, and we got that shit on lock. So, what happens when the acts were committed by the existing government who had a fucking nerve to come and make this law? I'm just saying. Let's go, y'all. Sometimes a wrongful act may be both criminal and a tort case. You're damn right. This whole shit, like Ali Bamu said, is a goddamn crime scene. The Americas, point blank, is a crime scene. A victim can typically recover more financial damages from a civil case than a criminal case. That's okay. If you combine them together, that's even more, right? Some examples of intentional tort. Assault. Definitely assault. You came on here and took our shit by weapon. Battery. Okay. False imprisonment. You came on Aboriginals' land and you imprisoned and enslaved a whole bunch of goddamn Indians. Conversion, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Well, that's when you, from what I looked on archives, is when this shit happened at the time this occurred to our ancestor, and somebody was standing by and watched the whole thing happen. They can file a lawsuit for intentional infliction of emotional distress. But what about when you find this shit out later and you find out what you've been living all your life? I'm just asking. Fraud, deceit. Some white people now are saying that they're the Indians, and they look exactly like the people that came over here. And the Negroes that were, aka Indians, that were occupying the land got like 8 damn different race identities. Trespass. They rolled up on our shit with bombs and every damn thing else. Dropped them on Black Wall Street, everything. And defamation. Because every time somebody come over this bitch, they always say, stay away from them niggas in the hood. Don't play with me, y'all. I'm just saying. And there's more than that. Banks, everything is on code. Defamation about our people as a whole. Anybody that's not from this land can come over here and get a loan and put in a nice house. Not them niggas. Because everybody on code got a bad, some bad information about us. Don't play with me. Negligence. There is a specific code of conduct that every person is expected to follow, and a legal duty of the public to act a certain way in order to reduce the risk of harm to others. Really? Who the hell was watching? Shit, y'all had the police force, local police, everybody pushing us off our land, coming in there with guns. You got 24 hours to get out. I think I need to reset. Let me reset my thing. Okay. Here we go. I wasn't seeing y'all. All right. Failure to adhere to these standards is known as negligence. Who failed to protect us? Our lands, our rightful lands. I'm just asking these questions. There's a whole lot more of y'all swift mouth 1980 babies. Correct. The crime is endless. This is a crime scene. Negligence is by far the most common type of tort. Unlike intentional torts, negligence does not involve deliberate actions. Oh, really? Negligence occurs when a person fails to act carefully enough and another person gets hurt as a result. For this type of case, a person must owe a duty to another person. Then they must fail in their duty to act reasonably. Finally, that failure must result in harm and damages. Okay, boom, boom. Was this government negligent to our people when they took our shit? And did they fail to act reasonably? I'm just asking these questions. That's all. I'm just a little Negro woman, Negro Indian, trying to figure this shit out. For example, a driver on the road has a duty to drive at a reasonable speed. If a driver travels 20 miles over the speed limit, they haven't acted negligently. If they hit someone and hurt them, they have committed a negligence tort and likely owe the victim for their losses. Another common example of negligence torts are cases of slip and fall. What about hanging? What about hanging Negroes on trees and stuff? Which occur when a property owner fails to act as a reasonable person would, thus resulting in harm to the visitor or customer. For example, a janitor has a duty to put up a wet floor sign after mopping. If he or she fails to put the sign and someone falls and injures himself, a negligence tort case may be filed. I seen a lot of big old fat woman do this shit. Slip and fall on a banana that they just ate and found out, Dad, we be doing some dirty shit. But you only learn that in the boule world. Example of negligent torts. Slipping at fall accidents, car accident, truck accident, motorcycle, pedestrian, bicycle accidents, medical malpractice. And strict liability being the third most common. There are torts involving strict liability. Strict or absolute liability applies to cases where responsibility for an injury can be imposed on the wrongdoer without proof of negligence or direct fault. If a case is a strict liability tort, the victim has a right to recover, even if the responsible party took every precaution and didn't hurt them intentionally. I say that fits some brown people with all these damn identities. The only thing the victim must prove is that they were hurt because of the other person's actions. Bingo! What matters is that an action occurred and resulted in the eventual injury of another person. You're damn right. Fire. In lawsuits such as these, the injured consumer, only has to establish that their injuries were directly caused by the product in question in order to have the law on their side. Oh, you made law based on Christianity, so the law was on your side when you took our land. You told us to pray to Jesus and stuff. You and all the ministers. I wonder if the ministers could be sued for misleading and that. You know, I'm just asking. Defective product and dog bite cases are prime. I don't know who this is, but I'm live. Defective product and dog bite cases are prime examples of when liability is maintained. Am I still live? Can y'all see? Am I still live? Yeah, I am. All right, let me get back. I get so many interrupts. Drives me insane. Sorry, y'all. People call me when I'm in live. I'm just not gonna answer my damn phone. We did negligence. We just did dog bites. Examples of strict liability towards defective products: product liability, animal attacks, dog bites, abnormal, dangerous activities. And there's my resource there. I always have a resource link, but I put it in the chat room. Now, as far as this whole Africa thing, they told a big ass lie about bringing us here from Africa. That's horrible. Wrote up a whole story about lies, when in fact we only went there. We went there. Big difference. Born in Petersburg, Virginia. He went over to Liberia. Same thing here. Born in Maryland. He went over to Liberia. Now, like I was telling y'all, and I have the link to this. Someone asked me to show the source. You bet I'm going to show your ass, because I know anybody but that naughty coincidence who's mad. Indian Treaties and the Removal Act of 1830. The U.S. government used treaties as one means to displace Indians from their tribal lands. Look, that's very clear. A mechanism that was strengthened with the Removal Act of 1830. Okay, so where's the goddamn treaty where we agreed to leave our lands and run to the inner cities? Does anybody have any access to that treaty where we agreed to leave 160 acres of land and live in nasty, funky, stinking, pissy buildings with elevators and incinerators? Anybody seen that a treaty that we made with the government? Because I don't know what one is either. In cases where this failed, the government sometimes violated both treaties and Supreme Court rulings to facilitate the spread of European Americans westward across the continent. As the 19th century began, which is the 1800s, land-hungry Americans poured into the backcountry of the coastal South and began moving toward and into what later become the states of Alabama and Mississippi. Welcome, Diane Billups. Since Indian tribes living there appeared to be the main obstacle to westward expansion, white settlers petitioned the federal government to remove them. Okay, let's talk about this shit right here, because this is some shit. Now, if the white settlers are petitioning the federal government to remove those Indians, what the hell was their race? We in Alabama and Mississippi, and white settlers petitioned the federal government to remove the Indians. So if the white settlers were white, what fucking shade was the Indians? Were those Negroes, aka Indians, living in Alabama in 1830? Don't play with me. I just want to know. Could y'all give me that answer, please? They petitioned. White people went and petitioned the court to remove us from out of Alabama so they fucking asses go live there. In whatever area they want, they petitioned the court to remove the damn Indians. White people did. Here's my thing. If you petition the Indians, if white people, okay, this is pale face, petition the federal government to remove the Indians from the land, how come, where was the Negroes? They were the same goddamn people. One and the same. Because there was not, I'm sorry, these Native Americans today was not the people that was living in Alabama and Mississippi in no damn 1830 with no big ass acres of lands. I'm not playing. So if they wasn't there, who the hell was the Indians that was living in 1830 where white people went and petitioned the federal government to remove them? And they were removed, some of them. Any house, if you had 160 acres and your family got the yard nice and grass all nice up and collard greens, cabbage, pigs running around in their little pig pens, horses, whatever, chickens, and their white ass come and petition the court to have you removed, they move right in your shit, in your house, where you fed off the land. And we already know dude renounced what the hell they did in the name of Christendom. So I want to get up here, want you to come up and let's talk about identity theft, land theft, fraud. And just by reading that, there's so much tort and what was done that there might be some things that you can think of that was done beyond identity theft, land theft, fraud. Can you think of more tort imposed on the Aboriginals, aka American Indians of America? So that is truly the end of my slide, my loves. And I'm going to give you a few minutes to come up here because I want to hear what your thoughts are. Let me pin this first because I'm not going to keep putting this in the chat. Paste. Let me pin this up here. And I'm going to take my little break. I got a model. Where you go, honey? There you go. Kind of mod you up. Thanks for coming to member. Oh man, that's just a beautiful thing. And again, thank you so much honorably for the donation. You guys are freaking awesome. Right, Moji. You should have been moderated up. Let's do it. Got you there. All right. Um Susan. I'm modding up and then I'm gonna take my little break. Because I want y'all to tell me. Because see, you should be filing this lawsuit. You all have been tortured. When you look at them damn census sheets, how do you come from owners to renters of your own damn land? Make that make sense. Let me see. It's crazy. Yeah, it's clear now. So I'm gonna take a little ladies break, and I would love for you guys to come up, hit the link. I'm gonna give you a little while to come up. If I'm not here, just give me a minute. I'm just taking a little ladies break. Um,
Your places like I do. My place like you do.
Let's fly away, just you and me. I need a little break from the city. It's been so long since we've been gone. I wanna feel that summer feel, but I don't wanna go if you ain't with me. Let's make a home, be all alone. So tell me, baby, where would you like to go? Maybe we'll drive from coast to coast, only to where we love the most. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, care about the price, yeah. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you. Let's see the sun and have some fun. I'm so tired of living life in gray, babe. And you deserve to see the world. So tell me, baby, where would you like to go? Maybe we'll drive from coast to coast, only to where we love the most. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, care about the price, yeah. Paradise, paradise.
all right, everybody. Thanks for that little break. So, does everybody? Hi, Diane. I think I modded you up too. Is anybody gonna step to the panel?
Come and take a seat next to me, babe. Let
The link is pinned to the top. Hey, Bright, hit the link, bruh. Hey, Big Chief. Oh, I'm done with you. I was eating some wild rice. It's so good. I'm finished eating those. I was hungry. My daughter did. Come on up. Talk about the torts. You should be filing lawsuits. It's more than the tort that was done to you, by the way. That's only one of many crimes committed. And this is what they don't want you to know. Okay. The big difference between us and the pan boo-boos, they can't prove anything. We have government documents that trace us, and it's obvious what was done to us. So, can you think of any torts that you could file? You literally can file a lawsuit and probably get your land back. The court might find, well, yeah, this is true. This did happen. As a result, you did get all those identities. And your history was hidden and lied about. You think they'll give you 40 acres of land, you can have 40 acres. What else you want? You don't need to go to Congress to tell them to put out a law for you to get your land. You go to the judge and prove your case. But what you do is you put Congress on notice of how to stepping up to the court. By letting them know who you are, declaring your identity. And then you go to the court. Because you don't need to prove it to Congress, you need to just prove it to the court. And 2-1, you're going to be able to prove it because the very government that wrote the damn sheets are the ones who led you to the crime scene. And the biggest one of all, the Pope, confirmed, it's a motherfucking crime scene. Doctrine of discovery. He didn't say doctrine of Africa. Y'all fan boo-boos is finished, boy. I still don't understand why he kissed that dude's crusty ass feet. I ain't kissing nobody's damn feet unless it's my newborn baby. When you put your little feet like that, kissing nobody's feet. Hit the like and step to the panel, y'all. Big dog, somebody come up. I want to know how you feel about tort. It's very important. Noble, somebody, Mississippians, anybody? I mean, that clearly explained what was done to you, to us. And today, I'm damn sure copper color, baby. And you better believe it. I'm not brown. I'm reddish brown. I look like that reddish brown dirt right now on the screen that they speak about. Facts. I look just like the soil that they said we look like. Oh, I gotta put my headphones on. I didn't even know you were back there. Let me put my headphones on. I can't hear nobody come up here. I wonder how many other people. Wait. All right, where's my damn headphones? Oh, here you go. Let me get them on first. I ain't got them on. I can't hear you. All right. Hey. What's up, bro?
What's up, Grant Rising? Peace to
Grand
you.
Rising.
It's beautiful. Thank you for having me on.
What you think, bro?
Man, there's so many levels to this. That tort, shit.
Yeah.
I used it, and I got shot down in state and federal.
For what do you use it for?
It was a criminal case. I tried to sue the. I filed a lawsuit. I mean, I filed a complaint on the judge, and I filed a complaint on the prosecutor, and I filed a complaint on my my public pretender or my attorney. I suppose I had to represent me. And
What'd you get it for? Misrepresentation?
Yes. Sixth Amendment violation, confrontational clause violation, to confront my accuser. And
oh wow.
They played the game, and I couldn't win for shit. But I learned a lot.
At what level were you at? State level?
I went all the way to the federal level.
And what was their decision?
They denied based on it was a minute ago. They denied me, and I tried to take it to the Supreme Court. By that time, I just came up to the conclusion that the judicial their entity that designed for me not to, to win, because I realized that there was a lot of attachments to that. A lot of people was attached to me. If I was to take this judge out and the prosecutor, that means that a lot of people cases could get overturned, because these judges and prosecutor are dirty, So I didn't really have the resources, and it was really they was playing so many games with me that I couldn't do it no more. And I just came to the conclusion. That's why I'm here. This really trying to get to the root cause, which I already know the root cause. And like I said, it's gonna take all of us.
Reference to your race identity and things of that nature.
They was well at the time I was going through this. I was identified as an African American.
Oh, that's why you lost. There it is.
Yeah, that's my birth certificate, Negro.
Yeah, they're not one and the same in the U.S.
So I couldn't win, Bethy. I couldn't win for shit. But I learned a lot, and I helped others. I couldn't help myself. They said that when you try to be your own lawyer, it's a saying about that, but it's like they take you as a.
Yeah, they said that famous philosophy: "He who represents himself is a fool."
Yeah, but I was blessed. I was still blessed in those judges, prosecutor. All of them had something happen to them. I've been following. The judge he got knocked all the way down to he's do traffic court now, some shit like that. He didn't retire now, but I got him knocked all the way down. The other prosecutor, he left. Even the mayor was hooked into it. I mean, shit, all the way tied in.
I mean, like, what was you trying to prove? That you were taken from Africa and stuff?
Hell no. I was taken up out the hood, out of Los Angeles, minding my own business, and this got accused. And I just I proved my innocence, with the evidence I had, well, I couldn't prove it in court, but I proved it with facts.
Oh, it wasn't like a genealogy and your ancestry. Oh, okay.
This was all criminal, like
Yeah, I get it. You don't got to go any further. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but
I thought you were.
it just that right there. See, that's what I'm saying. That case right there took me to me really reading the Constitution. I found out there's a original Constitution, or it's organic. I mean, it's never been touched. This is the first Constitution, and what they
Oh
did is
yeah.
they amended it. The ones
Oh
we got.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So we amended, the Constitution we reading, all of them has amendments in it. So we never going to see who we really are, as the original people, because the original Constitution talks about us. It talks about us being Indian, and Indian law and having that protection.
Yep.
Everything else is like,
Was the
after,
original? Tell me this: the original one was passed in Congress by a 2/3 vote, correct?
I don't know. I don't.
If it existed and we lived under it, and if it was a document that we live under as a people and were functioning under, then it definitely is. It definitely was an active document. If they passed laws under that same Constitution, yeah, this definitely was an active document. But you're saying now, I know at one point in time that they redid the Constitution. And they made who will get your butt up here, hit the link. They made all the states reapply to join the Union.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to have that 14th Amendment, 14th Amendment in there, and prove that they had all the lands. But how did they get them? Forced assimilation, war, kicking people out their houses, everything, enslaving, imprisoning, and everything. When they imprisoned you, they said your land was abandoned. That was wrong. If they imprisoned you just for not wanting to abide by their laws, if you wasn't a citizen, they took your damn land. That was no, you couldn't do that.
What I find interesting is the 13th Amendment and how they was able to get away with a lot of stuff by making false claims of accusations of crimes.
Yep.
And what really made me come to a conclusion now, this is just me personally, when I watched the birth of a nation, and I watched the silent one, the first movie they made, and it was a silent movie. And what I seen that they had people, foreigners with black paint over their face, and they was close to us. I seen us in the movie, and they was calling us carpet baggers or something, and naming them black, calling them black, the ones with the black face. And I was like, man, but what happened was the black face, they had committed a crime. They did something to that girl. One of the black faces, one of the girls so bad, he made her jump off the ledge.
You don't know what movie that was?
Yeah, Birth of a Nation. This is how everything got cracking. This what made them turn against us. What they did, all they did was took off the black face, and the black faces, which is foreigners, they was intermingling with us already. So when the white so-called the foreigners was looking for the accuser, he went and blended with us, and we didn't have, and he asked some of us to hide him. In the movie, he asked some of our people to hide him, and he asked some of his own people to hide him first, the ones other black faces. But then he ran into where we was at, with most, because we was intermingling with them in our own little town, and that's when everything went down. And they kind of like this, to me, at the end of this day, they took off the black paint and left us holding the bag. And it just kept on, targeting us about something that this foreigner that wore black paint on his face, it was about him committing this crime. But it got switched to us. And I'm just saying, so it just made me think that this is what they've been doing to us, right now. All these, everything that's going on, it gets switched on us, just like with the Asians getting protection. They got protection by using us, saying, they use us as a ploy to get their hate law. Is that a hate law?
Yep, hate crime.
The hate crime bill, yeah. So this is what America has been doing, is just like how they changed our identity. They waited to the military attacks and the law enforcement attacks on us to weaken us, and then they came in with the paperwork changing our identity. That's my understanding.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because if we came under their constitution, we would not be required to pay taxes, and they're not taxed. And people felt that we shouldn't live off their tax dollars.
And I just, it's by them, just what I'm seeing now, and I had connected the dots. Then when I'm just dealing with the judicial part of it, I'm understanding that it's connected to the legislators. The legislators connected to the executive.
Yeah, it's 3 branches of government having separate powers. Yeah, right.
How are we going to win against something that's influenced by the other? Even though they said that they try to use that, the balance? They try to make it like they
checks and balances.
Yeah, that one can't go, one don't have no power. But at the end of the day, they have influences. That's why you have case law. You have case law, and you have them saying that. Oh, since I've been reading the law, they even have it in there as policy. The policy can weigh in towards to them weighing in, saying that if they want to make you guilty or innocent. A policy alone can do that. Then they have it where the Constitution. The Constitution is the Constitution, and it's in black. We're supposed to be black and white, or supposed to be straight what it says. No amendments or nothing. It's supposed to be exactly what it is. But then we have where people will make they will create a gray area. Say, well, this based off of feelings, like, well, it could be this, could be that. And this, and while we having this mixture, it's just confusing our rights to be protected. So,
well, you're talking about a mixture as in mulattoes?
No, just a mixture in what the Constitution supposed to stand for when it comes to us. We getting protected or not. So now it's more than one thing that they got going on when they since they've been targeting us. But we don't supposed to see this. We supposed to still be living the life that they painted for us, the American dream.
Well, you first got to find out, are they applying their negative laws towards you as who you really are, or are they applying it towards you as the Negro, the black, or the color? Which one are they using?
They make it individual. They make it they isolate, just like with the Bruce family right now. We so divided, trying to figure it out. It's something remarkable that's going on right now in front of us, what they did to us 100 years ago, that really affected, that really so many people has been affected by this, the eminent domain, how they took their land, but we're, they isolated it so much that we just looking at it like, oh yeah, that's the Bruce family, they just gave them a check, that's that. But really, that's a crime. That's a crime scene. It's a crime scene to
this whole 50 states is a crime scene,
man. But they keeping us isolated. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It ain't they. You keep blaming it on them.
Congress. I'm talking about the judicial system. The judicial system and Biden calling, you know what I'm saying? Biden us. And then the legislators.
We're the blind bats. It's us. We're the blind bats. We won't do nothing. Power is in numbers.
While we being employed, while we up on an employment employment. I mean, we ain't gonna be able to do nothing while we employed. That's where they got us at. They know that's their strong point right there. That right there, having us taxated, you know, where we gotta, you know what I'm saying, we gotta work to pay our bills. We gotta work to keep that roof over our head. Even though you bought a house, though, you still gotta pay land tax. You still gotta pay a mortgage. If you ain't bought the house all the way off, you gotta pay a mortgage and you gotta pay land tax.
Well, that's what they imposed on the people who didn't do fiat in the first place. That's one of the biggest ways that they lost the land. I showed you the slide where the Pope said, you know, they applied it on the land, policy on the land and stuff. We didn't do fiat. So how are we gonna provide you with fiat if that's not economy that we came from?
And I'm looking at, as long as they keep us trying to figure out who is who, you know, because I mean, and like you said, it's 50 states. It's been 150 years. They didn't just do this overnight, but everyone has been affected, but everyone's still in a circle trying to figure out instead of coming together. Because as long as we let these misnomers keep us divided, and this birth certificate keep us divided, and these social security number keeping us taxed, it's like this gonna be a hell of a long.
Well, first of all, we will never come to heads or an agreement with the Pan-Africans because they're fighting for a whole different thing. They're literally fighting because they think they're African. And when you smoke weed and drink liquor all fucking day, and you listen to street niggas about your race, you're blind. So we can't depend on them to come together with us. But then you have people who mistake religion with identity. Religion is a religion. Identity is a classification. So if you're going to court saying you're Hebrew and you're one of the descendants of Moses and all this shit, you're going to be laughed out to court. You can't, and the judge turned around, oh, you're a descendant of Moses and you came here through the sea to the new land. Do you have proof of that? What are you going to do? Show them the movie 10 Commandments? Where there's no black people walking across the damn water. By the way, I think I've seen about 4 Africans in that whole movie. So you can't even use that, even if you could.
Okay, about this Pan-African situation, how is they really hurting us as far as paperwork?
Because they're saying they're from Africa, meaning they're not from this soil. Which they were indoctrinated to believe. Because I'm willing to bet you, none of their grannies turned around and told them a Kunta Kinte story. They just saw the movie and said, "Oh, this is what happened to us. Look at Kunta Kinte. Oh."
What do you think is more detrimental to us right now? The Native American portraying us, or the African Americans or Pan Boo-Boos trying to take us out of America?
The Pan Boo-Boos, because with the Native Americans, we can just get them for identity theft. We need them. We gotta have somebody to sue that took our story, and they're living off of it on our fucking land, aka with the
we ain't gonna be able to get
government.
We not gonna be able to get no reparation as long as they keep on claiming like they are us.
Well,
our stories.
You talking about? How do you know? Have you tried? Have you found?
No, I'm just thinking. I'm just looking at it. I'm just here because they still have that. We still have Biden and the whole administration and the schools still claiming that they're indigenous to this land.
Well, that's why we have lawsuits, and you're supposed to file them for the right reasons. I mean, your lawsuit was something different. I thought you went in there.
But with Pan-Africans, what to that effect?
What we do is not worry about the Pan-Africans and worry about us that do know who we are and have our proof. Pan-Africans don't have proof; they have DNA, which they're going to be laughed out of court.
Which is privilege. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't see them really. I just see that a lot of propaganda to keep us distracted. But what I'm really looking at
That's
is
why we have to ignore them, let them be the agents they are, and keep moving. We got to keep moving.
right.
And not worry about them. Just ignore them. They're just on cynetic channels showing blood tests.
And this Native American issue.
And have you ever thought that by you claiming to be African American, that that's not a defined racial identity, really?
Man, I smashed that. That's been up out of here. That should never sit right with me. I took that. I told my mother. I said, Mom, what is it? I said, Mom. She like, man, we black. We said, your granddad, your grandmother is Black Chief, Blackfoot, out of Texas. Your granddad came from Texas to out here to California, and that's where my mother was created, in California, and he stayed in California until he passed away. But she told me that he always used to tell her that he's supposed to go back to Texas to take care of some paperwork, that the government owed him a lot of money. I don't know if that has something to do with eminent domain or them taking his land like that, but I'm looking into that. But my mother's finally like getting involved right now with her.
Hey, though, we all have a lawsuit that needs to be filed, and it's basically like what Lil Mayhem is saying. We don't need no reparations, which we don't. We need to be independent from anything not of our bloodlines. Facts. We need to restore our relationship back with our ancestral territories, because that's what's slowing us up, and that's a fact.
A lot of people that say reparation, I don't think they really understanding what reparation is.
Well,
I think they just looking at the word reparation.
Well, a bunch of niggas running around with dashikis, being misled by foreign people who literally ran from their own fucking land out of here with the British, are teaching them on St. Netta's channel, because they were punks and ran from their land. And now Foxwoods got it. Shout out to them. Got their shit back up. That's what happens. You know, you got to remember. You got them brothers running around and sisters running around claiming to be African American, and they sticking to that shit. But the hell with them. We got to worry about ourselves. Let them be who the hell they want. Just like if a man want to be a woman, what do? You leave him the fuck alone, right? Exactly. So they want to be African Americans, leave them the hell alone. Let them be pan boo boos. We shouldn't care. Worry about the individual self. If you know what I'm saying? You got to correct the matter. And one of the first ways of doing that is your declaration to the people who descendants are standing around in Congress. Put their ass on notice.
And we need to educate some of our peoples about reparation, because they look at it as money. Reparation would be in the form of land, water, gold, being free from taxes.
Well, that's for them. What about you're not in? Are you in the Pan Boo Boo movement?
Hell no, I'm a motherfucker.
Okay, so now you need to worry about your reparations as an Aboriginal. Fuck
exactly. That's where I'm at. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about them. I mean, African Americans. I mean, Pan Boo Boos, all that. I understand where they at, and I know what time it is. What's going on with the distraction with that. But I'm here for the Aboriginal. I'm cutting through the misnomers. You know what I'm saying? If I got to make it clear with these foreigners, if they got to understand original being the first, whatever, I would say that. If they still gonna be confused about me saying Aboriginal, or gonna be confused about me saying indigenous, then find me a term that I could say that's connect me to this land right here. That I don't come from nowhere else. I was never brought here. All my ancestors is from this land, from this soil called America.
Aboriginal, aka American Indian. You were the one who were enslaved. There are people living on reservation that claim that this was done to them, but it wasn't. They were not here.
And I want to be clear.
You
when
have
you
proof.
say
You have proof that you were here. They don't have proof.
right. And I want to be clear when they try
You
to
have proof.
put that
You have proof
slavery
of this. You have proof of the story fitting imposed on your ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
So, Kusa de Hop Boy, or however his name is, filed in what Aboriginal court? Well, I never heard of an Aboriginal court. However, I heard of federal courts where we were forced, assimilated, and
Oh, you
forced
said
into
filing
being
what Aboriginal
citizens.
court? See, that's what I'm saying. That's why we got to. That's why this
There's
Native
no
American.
Aboriginal. Hold up. There's no Aboriginal court. First of all. Secondly, the court you file in is your state and federal courts. I would say go do it in both, because the issue has been imposed on you. You were forced to be a citizen, and you were told that you would have protective rights, and obviously didn't, because you're living in a condition that you shouldn't be living in based on their real estate policies, fraudulent laws, fraudulent closed question racial identities on all state and federal forms, forcing you to pick one, and then implying and making treaties with a group of people who didn't have nothing but church education. There's a lot of shit in this. Church education is totally different from law, their corporate law. So there's a lot. I mean, census sheet says a lot with your ancestor not having 5th and 6th grade education.
See, they hit us so hard with
There's
that
a
anti-literacy
lot.
law, and it's a lot of misunderstanding with words, man. Like
So how do you make
reparations.
contracts and treaties with people that don't have nothing but your imposed and enforced church school education?
Hey, young brother, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, brother, did you fill out a declaration on Sister Bethy's channel for lawsuit?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you might want to get with her.
You never been introduced to a declaration
Yes, I did. I did plenty of declarations. I did my own declaration
of your race identity?
I basically the declaration I did, I basically put America on trial. Before I started saying I'm America now. I'm like, I'm American, but I actually, I want to be clear that I put Congress, and I put, because I'm going to the root cause. That's why I went all the way back and found that they put what you call an identity law on us, and then after that they put an anti-literacy law.
What
on
I'm
us.
asking you is, you put together a declaration, an affidavit declaring your true racial classification on this landmass, and submitted it to your senators, representatives, governor, the state you were born in, the vital statistics office, the hospital you were born in, all these different places, sent to Congress and the president and everybody else, your governor. You didn't do that. Okay, that's what you need to do, sir. Because you can't allow, what you can't do is allow foreigners to come over here and tell you and impose on you who you are. You need to correct a lie that you've been living.
Right. I'm there. That's why, I'm looking at, since look, I'm so deep into this. I even found out that our communication line was destroyed. And not TikTok, but YouTube is the next thing that we have to an alternative of a media to talk to our people. So I'm reaching out. This is me also trying to keep us on track about the root cause of what really happened to us. And I understand, and that's why I give my flowers to you, Sister Bethy, for you getting the identity things on course, trying to get that, but I'm just saying, besides that, we have a real issue with the Native Americans pretending to be us, and Hollywood and Congress has complicit in this cover-up, you know, and it's deeper than the courts.
We have better proof than them. And that's
I'm actually, brother. Go on, Sister Beth. You go ahead, baby.
Okay, what I'm saying is this here, brother. I think this is it. Yeah. Okay, what I'm saying to you, brother, is this. We don't have an issue with them.
Who is
we
them?
have an issue. You saying the Native Americans. We don't have an issue with them.
I have an issue with them pretending to be us.
Right, but the difference between us and them, we have actual federal documents that who we are. They don't have that. They don't have proof that they were here. We do.
I just saw that, but at the same time, our legislators in our Biden administration, they are complicit in this. I know that there's evidence of this.
That's why you need to put them on blast.
Yeah.
And that's why you need to,
you know what? It's going to take all of
that's why you need to declare. Okay, I'm going to say this again. Worry about yourself, the individual, because that's how it's going to happen. When people are very serious about who they are, they will declare who they are to the people that imposed foreign laws on you as it pertains to your life, who you are, your race identity, the being that you are. You need to declare that and not worry about nobody else, not worry about the Native Americans, because now it'll come down to, all right, I have these copper-colored Aboriginals found here by the Europeans against these Native Americans. And who you think gonna win? Who's lying about their race identity? Is it the copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, or is it the Native Americans?
Then it goes back, who you trying to prove this in front of? You trying to prove this in front of inside the courts, where all this shit is?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
But they the ones behind it, though, sister.
Well, no, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Well,
the three branches of the power, judicial.
There gotta be.
Who runs? Judicial runs the courts, right?
Okay, so what I'm seeing from you is
three branches of the power.
No. What I'm seeing from you is your refusal to even take the first step.
No, I'm going to do that. That's in the making, though.
But you keep making excuses, though.
No,
about
sister, I'm going. No, sister, I got your paper. I got the paperwork.
Okay, so what I'm saying is stop saying what they're going to do and because you don't know.
Hey, brother, can I ask you another question?
I just know that we're divided right now on this.
Okay, all right. Here's what I'm gonna say again.
Go ahead, brother.
The people that are divided, brother, you can't worry about them. You have to worry about you, the individual, unless you got 10 people that want to go on a lawsuit.
I'm solid all the way around,
you know,
Kathy. I'm solid on this.
That's how you got to rock it, bro.
You're right.
Individual thing.
Do you have a genealogy on your family?
I just told. Hell yeah.
He got all his information, but
I got all my information. I'm ready. I just need the
because he lost a tort case in the court. He's basing that on and giving up.
I haven't given up. Have not given up. No.
Right, but
hey, young brother, let me tell you something. The Native Americans don't have nothing on us, bro. Trust me when I tell you this. That's why we don't worry. That's why we don't worry about them. That's why they're not important.
But
they are important because
on paperwork they are.
But okay, but that's not even true. Because all that's fraudulent. And it can be proven. So that's why I said, okay. Hold. Now you just admit. Hold on. You just now said. You said it's fraudulent. So if it's fraudulent, it's not true. There's not no threat. That's all I'm saying. So don't get yourself worked up about things you already know.
Have you filed a fraudulent case against the $5 Indians yet? Have you?
Against the Native Americans?
Have you filed a fraudulent lawsuit against the Native Americans?
No.
Okay, so why are you fighting right now? You're fighting yourself because you haven't filed anything, right?
See, that's all I'm telling you, brother. You know it's fraudulent.
It's war,
well, It's more a war with ourselves.
It's a mass incarceration, mass homelessness.
Okay, but that's true. But that's all a war with,
so I'm
with
speaking
oneself.
for those who don't have a voice right now. That's out there in the street, don't have no idea.
No, they have a voice, but what you're doing is what you're doing. You keep fighting yourself in front of them, and it's really pissing people off because they're looking to go and file lawsuits. But your rhetoric is killing it.
What rhetoric?
Because the judge is going to do this. Because Biden did this.
No. So you jumping off. I'm trying to say.
No,
Biden,
I'm not jumping off because
Biden,
that's all was coming out your mouth every time.
Had just look. I just saw on the.
See, you're worried about somebody that's not important. Is what I'm telling you. He's just a chief and commander. That's it.
Exactly. Okay.
That's it. So why do you keep bringing him up?
Biden had just said this. He just said this on the media that the Native Americans are the indigenous of America.
Okay.
So they still playing this game like we don't exist.
Okay. So now what are you going to do about it? All right. Let me ask you this. Since he said that, sir, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to go fight it and say no, the fuck you're not? Are you going to fight it?
Send a declaration to him.
Since Biden said that, and you know it to be fraudulently and not true, are you going to fight it, sir? Or are you just going to sit on YouTube and
each one teach one?
All right,
I'm doing work out here. I'm doing work out here.
I'm not saying that you're not doing any. Listen,
but look, we having a conversation right now.
I know we're having a conversation, but when I'm asking you, you won't answer me. I said, I understand you're doing work out there, but what are you going to do for your individual self in the court as it pertains to the lie that Biden put out on the news? You gonna fight it? That's what I'm asking you, yes or no?
Hell yeah, I'm fighting all the way to death.
Right. Good, we good then. Good. You're gonna fight it. Huru, what's up? That's all I wanted to hear is a brother that's gonna fight the lie.
And you never stop fighting. Still here. In the trenches.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, Huru.
Ain't never gave up.
Everybody. Hi.
That's what I've been the whole time.
What's going on, brother Huru?
New Growth. I've been waiting for you to say that the whole time, New Growth, but I couldn't get you to say it.
I just thought I'm just on. I'm here. Look, I'm advanced. Maybe I'm more on the advanced level. To really trying to come up with a solution because all we can do right now is try to make things more clear for others that's watching us. That have not connected the dots yet. I already connected the dots.
That's true.
I connected
the dots. That's true.
Look, I'm 100. I'm 100. All you can do is add to this plus. Plus this, plus what I know, plus what I know, plus. Add to this. I'm 100. If you take from this, I'm still 100. If you take something,
I got you, but I'm with you. I'm with you. You're right. You're right. That's right. I got you.
Look, I'm 50. Look, I'm 50 years old. I'm a 1972 baby. I'm a Capricorn. I've been living this shit.
Okay.
I've been living this.
All we want to know,
it ain't nothing this about me.
And all we want to
know, I'm familiar with you, Capricorn.
You already know I'm a 1972 baby.
And all I wanted to hear from you was that you were going to fight, and all I wanted to hear from you was that you were going to challenge Biden's lie. That's all I needed to hear. You're going to challenge his lie.
Fuck Biden. Fuck Obama. They did this shit. And it ain't, there's no end to this shit till we all come to the conclusion of understanding who we are, the original of this land, and stop this old.
That's the first step. That's the first step. That's right. That's the first step.
And I'm understanding that the motherfucking Native Americans right now needs to be checked.
Facts.
On a media, on a motherfucking big white media platform has it with 100 years of Hollywood doing this shit to us. Cause I used to watch Cowboys and Indians. I used to love John Wayne. You know what I'm saying? Till I got older, I spit on his face now. I seen that shit. I seen a big ass picture of John Wayne. I spit on that shit. Fuck John Wayne.
When's your birthday, brother?
December the 24th.
Oh, day before Christmas.
Oh yeah.
So you already know it's fire. It's fire coming from me. I ain't playing. I ain't never bowed out for nobody. I ain't never turned down no fade. I ain't walked away. I'll deal with that shit right there. If you say something to me right now, I'm gonna deal with you. We are not gonna walk away from this. We're gonna deal with this shit. That's why I'm at. Let's lock the doors and let's find a solution.
That's
why
what I've been trying to get you to say the whole time you was talking.
Hey, brother, you listen to Dane Calloway last night?
I caught a little bit of it. You know, I'm on it.
You catch the first. The only thing you need to catch, you can watch it all because all of it was explosive.
They start doing it.
But that first hour, and they're just fucking with this channel. That's what they do. But the first hour and like 30 minutes of that damn segment, he put foot all up in them Native American asses. And just that alone, you take them to courtroom, they lost. Period. End of discussion.
Exactly. I was there on the real. I was
okay. They don't have no foundation, bro. That's what I say. Native America's not no threat. They're not a threat, bro. They're really not a threat.
They're not a threat, but it's a problem. It's a problem with our identity, though.
People are a threat.
But see, our people are the threat.
We're using the wrong word.
That's the only.
We got to get that straight first, right? That's what. Once we get that part straight, it's going to be a domino effect. See, that was what the brother was trying to tell you. Don't worry about them because they know it's bullshit.
They haven't been here for thousands of years.
Okay, they know that stuff, man. We need to get we need to take the energy that we have and put our people aligned with us.
Yeah,
get them on the right track.
Our own people, but we also
we got to
remember that everybody that looks like us.
Have you asked somebody today? Have you asked a fellow member? Have you asked somebody out in the streets who are the original people of this land, or who are the first people of this land?
Got a whole tribe.
Not today. Not today. No, not today.
Man, every time I go out there, that's why, you know what I'm saying, I do my work. I check it at the door. I do my best. But the school system, even Google now is participating, complicit in this shit, because at first Google, before we start talking about this, Google was saying that American Indian, and they put a comma behind it. Then they say Native American and put another comma behind it and say what's that? They used
Aboriginal.
Not Australia. Yeah. Well, anyway. Yeah, they put a comma behind American Indian. Huh?
Is it Aboriginal?
No, they put a comma. No, Alaska Native.
Oh,
so they
yeah.
got three different tribes, three different people who they saying is indigenous to this land. Hella confusion.
But it's all part of the corporation.
Huh?
Yeah, but that's all the corporation, though. That's all corporate. That's all part of the corporation. My thing is this: I don't worry about any of that stuff. Don't even worry about the schools, but because it's in the end, it's our responsibility to educate our own people.
Correct.
It's not the school responsibility. It's not Google. It's not Facebook. It's not Twitter.
The damage is done.
But
we got damage control now. We got damage control.
I get that. So you know what? I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just saying this: work through your family. See, it's damage control because you ain't gonna be able to save everybody outside your house.
Man, I'm doing damage control right now, man. I've been doing damage.
But ain't nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. That's a good thing having boots on the ground.
That's why
new growth. Yes. You do more damage control when you get your declaration to the people it need to go to. That's the
I need your support on that, Bethy.
All you got to do is fill it out and send it in certified.
And give it to people. Yep.
Give it to them.
And give it to other people.
Go get it notarized.
Yeah. Give and make copies of it and give the other people.
Yeah.
You know, because that's what I do. That's what I've done.
I didn't get a declaration out to a couple of people already.
Yeah, but you need to send it certified mail return receipt. So that is your proof that you put them on notice. You need to do that. Yeah. That's damage control. You can go out and tell people who they are till they're blue in the face.
Yeah.
That's not damage control. Damage is when you take the duty to do it yourself. You can't teach someone to do something that you haven't already done did.
You're right, because I'm getting so angry right now.
Right. You gotta lock it right. You gotta lock it down.
No, bro, don't get angry, but don't let your emotions.
I feel like I'm working for something that's already mine. And these people,
but I understand, but it's a process.
Live an American dream.
It's a process, brother.
Taxes.
But it's a process. It's a process.
If they are
process, brother.
If they are citizens,
I'm looking at everybody as leeches right now. That's how mad I am. You motherfucking leeches over here, all y'all leeches.
if they are citizens,
every immigrant
they are
over
not
is
living the American
elite.
dream. I don't know if you can hear me because you're talking.
There you go.
But I'm just saying, if they are citizens, they're not living a true dream at all. They're just subjects to a corporation. So don't think that anyone is living an American dream if they're a fucking United States citizen. Okay,
And if they're paying taxes, they ain't right. They're paying taxes, but that's not
the motherfuckers ain't paying no taxes though. They are not paying no taxes.
Who ain't paying no taxes?
We the only one paying taxes.
Who are you speaking of? Be specific.
Negroes.
No, that's not true, bro. That's not true. That's not true, man. That's not true. Now,
find a foreigner right now that's paying taxes.
I know foreigners, they pay taxes, brother. I know foreigners pay taxes. I know Africans pay taxes. Hispanics, I know Asians pay taxes.
They are not missing.
I know Native Americans pay taxes too.
They ain't missing it like we missing it.
I'm not saying you're wrong in it.
They're not doing it in a way that we would do it. You see, they're still doing it in a corporate construct. You know what I'm saying? Like we would literally be outside of the corporation if we do it right. They are doing it within a corporate construct. Those people, whoever's not paying taxes, it's by one of their little loopholes, but it's not really fully as a sovereign as we could do it as Indians. You know. So
right, exactly.
Yeah, it's sort of like how Trump is not.
Right, exactly.
So he's still
right. Yeah. Let me ask you a question, brother. Who told you that the Native Americans or the Indians weren't paying taxes?
You said, I didn't say. Damn, that's a. Well, the Native Americans, I already know they're protected.
They pay taxes though.
You said that they. Wait.
Yeah.
Do it. Man, you said that they're not paying taxes. I just want you.
They are a creation of the corporation. Okay. If the corporation created them,
what proof that they're not paying taxes?
Okay.
They are.
Hang on, y'all, please. 1 second, my loves. Can you read this?
Oh shit!
So everybody pay taxes, brother. Everybody. You ain't gonna pay taxes.
Get this too. Okay. So this is what I mean when I say you really, really got to stop listening to people and do not let Native Americans.
Let me be clear then. Let me be clear about these taxes.
Wait. I just showed you that they're paying federal and state taxes. Now, if you hear me out, brother.
Go ahead.
What I'm asking you, and I'm almost begging you at this point, is to please stop worrying about the Native Americans and declare your identity and correct it with this government by sending in a declaration. You're worrying about less important things right now.
Okay.
That's all. But you got it. You got the floor.
It's still war.
I just wanted to show you that.
There's always been war.
Stop listening.
Need to be
stop listening to people, and just do what's important for you about the tax.
Yeah, but that's based on all she's saying. You know, I understand what your issue with the Native Americans. True, I get you. But the main thing, brother, is clean your closet first. Get your foundation straight first, and then you continue on with that by giving the information to other American Indians, because a lot of them don't know nothing about the Declaration, and letting them know, look, hey, this is what I did. This is what you need to do too for your family and for your future grandchildren or grandchildren if you have any. You know, to help establish a foundation so they don't have to go through the things that you're fighting for now in the future. You got to get that straight first. Don't worry about the Native Americans.
And just remember,
that's enough work as is. Trust me.
Just remember that they are corporate creations. That's all you really need to keep front and center in your mind. Those Native Americans are created by a corporation. They are a fiction, a fucking fiction. We're the real thing. When we stand up,
right?
That's right. They are puppets.
That's it.
And they getting reparations.
That's it.
And they getting reparations to pretend that they us.
Yeah, but they still paying taxes. So
yeah, true.
Make it make
Have you ever been on Indian Red? Have you ever been on Indian Red?
America is paying these people. We are working for something that's already ours. It's a big difference when you working for something and you being employed.
Pennies.
When America, let me tell you something, bro. When America pays you, they own you. You see, they can't do that with us because what they got for us, they owe us. So whatever those Indians are getting, it's just a bait for slavery. They will forever be dependent. They'll forever be dependent. Yeah.
Have you been on any reservation? Have you ever been on a reservation before?
Hell no. I've been close by one to the casino.
Bro. Okay, that's the best thing you're gonna see on a reservation. I promise you.
The casino.
After you get past the casino,
that's what they
get past the casino.
I'm glad.
You see trailer parks. You see, bro. Listen. You see trailer parks. You see poverty. You see junkies.
Meth out. If those crooked ass losing our identity, they deserve that. But
I'm what I'm saying. So don't. But barely. See the way you think they being taken care of, they're not getting taken care of.
I don't give a fuck. They still been.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you what I've seen. I'm telling you, you're living better than they live.
Excuse me, sir.
You living better than they living.
Excuse me, their benefits are welfare and food stamps.
I would think they would throw them up under the bus.
Their benefits are welfare and food stamps and medical care, like someone who lives in the hood.
And they're not mentioned in the Constitution, by the way. Just throwing that out there. We are. They are not. In that original Constitution,
they need to turn over those casinos. They need to get their ass off that land and get deported.
The Master
They need to get deported. I don't give a fuck how long. I don't give a fuck. They have been over here over 100 years.
Hold up. The Master whoa. The Master Tucker Pequots are not fake. Have you seen the Master Tucker Pequot Indians?
I'm talking about natives. I'm talking about Native Americans. If they claiming that, they need to go. Okay. Any Native American, I don't give a fuck what tribe they claiming because that's how they got us.
So I think you would feel a lot.
They was able to blend in with us.
You know what give you some more ammunition is when you declare it yourself, so that when you're going around telling everybody what to do, you got your backup to saying what you did, that you declared your race identity and corrected this corporation's imposition of multiple identities on you. And because if I'm walking down the street and I'm familiar with my genealogy and who my people are, one of my first questions would be, did you declare your race? And you can't even lie because you didn't.
But at the end of the day, wait a minute, Betty.
That's important, though. But that's important. But bro, that's important. That's important.
I'm asking you that because
but now I'm thinking about this though. I'm looking at it like this. What the fuck I need to claim or do anything, and they did this shit to me. They committed fraud
in the corporation,
and they committed fraud. Congress committed fraud.
Right.
So why should I even?
So you need to correct it.
Why do I need to correct anything? And they did this to me. Okay, I need to be bringing charges. But I hear you though. I hear you on that.
Okay,
that's still jumping over ABC and going to XYZ, ignoring.
But you can do it. You do it. Okay, you do it your way because you probably got a better way. Because I'm not going to enforce anything that I know on you. I'm not.
That's a good idea. I'm not knocking what you're talking about. But look, do that. I believe it's bigger than that, though. It's bigger the fact because
it is. That's the first step.
This was intentionally done to us.
That was the first step.
To my family.
That's the first step of
my grandfather left Texas to come out here. Why did he leave?
Okay, but Mr. New Growth, that's the first step of fixing the problem. That's all.
Exactly. That's right. Because you got to fix that first, brother. Because you don't fix that. If you don't fix that,
how long you think that's gonna take? How long you think that's gonna take for all of that
depends on
right
now? So don't worry about. See, we got to stop that all stuff. Stop the all stuff and worry about me.
I can't do that. I don't do me.
You have.
Oh no. That's why I'm different from a lot of people. That's why I'm different. Bro, listen. Us. I don't do me.
Listen, brother. Let me tell you something.
Individual shit.
I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. Listen. I want you to listen for me. Don't be so emotional.
It's always been about family.
But listen. Listen. I understand that. I understand all that. Your house is on fire. The house across the street is on fire. You don't have enough water in your line to put the house up.
I'm going up. You're not
listening.
I'm going up in there.
You're not listening. You're not listening. I want you to stop being emotional and listen. Mm-hmm. You only have enough water to put the fire out in your house. Are you gonna put the fire out in your house, or you gonna put the fire out across the street first?
Look, At the end of the day,
bro, it's simple. Bro, it's a simple question. That's all. Yes or no? Well, are you gonna do yours or somebody else? That's all I'm asking. Simple question. I'm gonna do mine. I'm gonna go across the street first. What you gonna do? Come on, Capricorn. Don't do that. Come on now. I know Capricorn. Come on, give it to me, brother.
I feel like you playing with me, bro.
I'm saying it's an analogy.
I feel like you playing with me, man.
Bro, don't do that. It's not. No.
If you know a Capricorn,
bro, listen, bro. Bro, it's not that.
But
you being emotional.
No,
I'm talking about dealing with individual self first.
I can turn it on. I can turn it off. But I'm serious about this, though. It's about us.
I'm talking about. It's about us. You're right. You are right. It is about us. You're right. It is about us. But I'm just trying to tell you this. Work on individual stuff first, meaning yourself and family. That's all I'm saying. Because people gonna ask you, well, what did you do? And you can't give them up. You can't finish it up because you haven't even started the process. And people want to have an answer to the question. They want you to have an answers to these questions when they come at you. Like, brother, what did you do? What the process did you take? How it work out for you in the end? I'm telling you from experience. Because these are the answers that I get when I come to people about this stuff. And that was the answer. What did you do, brother? What did you do step by step so I know how to do it to win? Because don't nobody want to go through this process and lose. Nobody. Am I right? Because we're in this to win. That's all I'm saying, brother. I'm not saying not to go out there and help everybody. I'm not saying go out here and not help everybody. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying get your ducks in a row first. So when you do win and you go to other people, you can show them the blueprint. Because you got to give them a blueprint to go by so they can win like you win it. And then that person can do the same old thing. It's a domino effect, brother. That's all I'm saying. I ain't playing mind games with you. The whole analogy was look, take a breather for a minute. If that's what you saying right there, that philosophy right there, we wouldn't be in this position right now, man. If you think that would work, we passed all that, man. This is war. This is us have to figure out in our mind who the fuck we are. And we got to stand together as one because they did this to all of us. But they did it separate.
What do you think is going to work? Tell me your strategy. Tell me what your strategy is for it to work. I would really like to know.
To put down all the misnomers.
How you do that?
Stop calling yourself black. Stop letting other people refer black. When people mention anything about Negro, correct them.
Okay, that's all verbal stuff. So is that just gonna do it? Just that alone, and that's it?
Once that, we got to do that first. The identity, it's an identity crisis. That got to be checked.
So that's what the Declaration is for, declaring your identity at the top level.
It took me a minute to get my girl to even come to the conclusion. Now her sister finally realized it. Now my grandfather, but my
but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to correct the era that was imposed on you by a government? How do you correct that?
Everything is a process. First of all, we got to get our identity straight.
How do you do that?
Just like I said.
I'm talking about how do you correct the government? You could do that in your mental mind and orally to people, but how do you do it? How do you correct it at the culprit source?
Creating our own media. Getting on. We need a media. We need a communication line. We don't have no media. Only thing we have is YouTube. And YouTube is, you see how they treating us right now. This should go viral. Everyone should be listening right now because this is
all everybody got to do is share this video. But I'm saying
this is a real issue right now, and it's being swept up.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you again. How do you correct a government, a state government, that is? How do you correct a state government that have made you a Negro, a colored, a black, a African American, a mulatto, an Indian? How do you correct that?
Are you familiar with the word dismount or basically uproot? We got to uproot all of them, everybody, all that whole Congress.
But I'm asking you, how do you do that? At what method? What measure?
Once we all become,
I think you might have something in that I'm not aware of, and I want to know.
Yes, identity. Once look, everything gonna fall in place. Once we understand who we are without a doubt.
I mean, I could walk up to Governor Buckethead and say, I'm Aboriginal. I'm the first people of this land. Is that going to do it? What is really okay? How do I do that?
All of us. It got to be all of us. That's why the government.
I understand it got to be all of us.
That's why the government feel like they have a lot of time right now because we so divided right now trying to figure this out.
I understand it got to be all of us, but how do you start it? By making it all of us.
Just like I said, it starts right here. We start checking it at the door, and correcting those about the word reparation. The word reparation need to be corrected. The word black.
Okay, so
Indian need to be clarified a little more better to get an understanding why.
How though? You're saying go to the people, but how do you go to the people? That's telling our people and getting them informed of who they are. But how do you correct the people that impose the racial classification on you? How do you correct them directly?
First, me and you coming to a real conclusion.
Wait, no, I'm not included. I'm talking about you.
That's where it starts at. It starts with man and woman.
Okay, so how do you correct the government that imposed the race identity on you?
Once I could go to the government right now and raise a claim.
A claim or a declaration? You don't claim.
No, you're right. To make a, look,
you declare war, right?
I could declare war and said enough is enough and just go now.
Actually, you don't have that power to declare war if you're a citizen. Only Congress does. If you're a citizen,
that's why the identity. That's why I can't. That's why we moving ahead. We going too far. That's gonna come later about how we gonna holler at the government. But first of all, in our circle, in these parties that we be having, we be going out with our families and going to see our family. It starts right there.
Okay, so it starts there. Then what's the next step?
The community.
Okay, what comes after the community?
And then on social media, because people still believe that they black. They still call themselves
black. I'm still trying to get to the part where you're going to correct the government.
I told you.
After you do all that, then how are you going to correct the government?
The government going to correct. The government going to stop. We're going to have this land. Everything going to be ours.
But how are we going to send a sign language?
Only thing we're going to be doing is putting the government on charges. Charging their ass and deporting them up out of here. That's the only thing.
How are we going to do that? With what?
What you mean? Once we get our identity back, everything else going to fall in place. Our resources,
how are we going to get our identity
land
back? That's what I'm asking you, but you're not answering me. You're not telling me how we're going to get our identity back. Or do you mean corrected or back? It's two different things here.
That's what I'm saying. Mentally, it's a war going on mentally in our mind, Betty. You can't have no doubt in that where you're from.
Wait. I've declared my I've declared and corrected my race identity. So if you do it, that's gonna be two people. Then you get the next person to do it. I'm just not understanding you. And I don't mean to be arrogant.
That's the process.
To this.
And guess what? You still got to go through the process of having them to give you the okay that you're in this. I don't need.
No. They don't give me the okay.
Matter of fact, I don't even. They don't give me the.
They don't give me the okay. They don't give me the okay. I make the correction. They don't. That's what declaring is. They don't declare it. I do.
But you did it. But you did it to stop what? To stop taxation. Why did you do it? What's the reason why you do it? Why you changed your whole...
Am I a Negro?
I don't know. Tell me.
Am I a Negro? Am I colored? Am I a black? Am I a mulatto? Am I an African American? Sir?
To me, I see you as a Negro.
Okay, thanks. Huru, can you please tell me how the hell do I correct an error that a government imposed on me? Your mic is muted. James, can you hit the link and come up and tell me how do I correct the error that a government imposed on me, as such as my racial classification, according to the U.S. Constitution? Okay, good. We'll listen to James. Hi.
Hey, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell you what we have done thus far. So at my job, at my job, I took off black on my paperwork and put down American Indian. So for 1 year at my job, I'm fully American Indian. Someone came to me at my job and told me, if you're American Indian, you are exempt from taxes. So I just went exempt this past year. So now I'm going to wait till my next tax return and see what the government say about my status that I put on my paperwork. Okay. The next thing we can do is also run for office. Okay. You can run for office and you can change it. Don't run for mayor, run for governor. If 4 or 5 of us run for governor in our state and we get the black community behind us, then they will push us all the way through. But we must do it. We got to take the positions that's been removed from us. You understand? We was already the governors and the mayors and all the politicians in back in the 18 and 1700s, the 1600s. When they say we was in slavery, we was the politicians at that time. So they came.
You made my day, brother. You made my day. Keep it moving. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You made my day.
Sister Betty and I know you all don't know me. Let me. I thought I had my camera on. Let me see. There we go. So Sister Betty and I, we both went down to D.C. and marched in the street 4th of July a few years back. And on this particular year, it was the last year Donald Trump was in office. Let me tell you something. Only the president had the command to tell the police to move out of our way. They moved. Listen to me, brother. They moved the tanks. I was all the way in the front. They moved the tanks and said you can go through. We went through where the FBI was sitting at, through their headquarters. We went through there talking shit all the way till we got the Black Lives Matter. We got on their ass. People coming out they tent with hardly any clothes on. They were just out there fucking. We had it all on video live on YouTube when we did this. Then we told the crackers, the white police officers, to go down there and clean that shit up. And did they not line up? Did they not? Donald Trump allowed us to walk across the lawn. They let us go across the land. Can nobody follow us? Can nobody follow us? The white people tried to follow us. They couldn't follow us. We was the only people they let through, and they let us all the way to Black Lives Matter, and we told them to get the fuck up off the street. They had to clean that shit up, and when we left, their asses was getting locked up. We was telling the police. And at the same time, look, God is good. At the same time, there was some kind of convention going on. It was like a marijuana convention, but they broadcasted in 37 countries, and they let us speak on the microphone. 37 countries heard us speak that day.
Man, shut the door. Shut the door, man. Shut the door.
What you saying, man? I got it on video. Y'all gonna make me go live and put the video up. You see Sister Betty get up
My
there.
goddamn man. That was up, baby. That was up. That's what I'm talking about.
Email me the video, James.
Yeah, I emailed you the video. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It was a good video. You can see.
Yeah, we was on there.
And those were good days, brother. I'm telling you, only the president could tell the Secret Service and all that to move out of our way.
Yeah,
only the president can
they
do
moved
that.
barriers out our way. The barriers.
Yep. They moved all the barriers.
And we were the only one allowed to march down the street.
He's the only one, baby.
That's what I'm talking about.
So
Donald Trump know who we are. Donald Trump know who the hell we are.
Yes,
he always knows.
Biden knows too. That's why I don't know why this.
But then between Donald Trump applies it. So you don't see Biden candy ass applying nothing.
We're not worried about that though.
I'm not. I'm definitely not.
Yeah,
I'm definitely ain't worried about any of it.
I heard
because if Biden tells the truth, then he's going to lose all his Democratic African Americans.
That's right.
So-called ones.
So far,
the ancestors, man. The ancestors is coming with the truth, man. They coming with the balance about all this shit, man. And everything comes down to fear. And I tell them, motherfucker, keep fear to yourself. We gonna win this fucking war, but the war is in our minds right now, and we so divided with this motherfucking social security number, birth certificate, tribes, gangs, whatever you want to call it. They got us.
But what you gotta understand before you know, I know you have the war like my mentality, but you have to understand not every state government or governor is against you correcting your race identity and abiding by the U.S. Constitution. Not every governor. I mean, we have 50 governors. Not all of them are against you for correcting your race identity and abiding by the Constitution. Everything you're hearing are he say, she say. Not every governor is evil and racist and a KKK.
I disagree.
Not every governor.
They all the motherfuckers is evil.
I happen to not believe that.
And it's been 150
years. Well, we're not going to say that. I
can't
say that. I can't say that
but
every
governor.
I cannot honestly sit here and say. I'm saying what I'm saying.
We motherfuckers really love these motherfuckers, man.
Not every. You're talking about the president. I'm not talking about the president. Not every local state government. Again, not every local state government
every one of them
or employer has an issue with you correcting your race identity. He just told you that
all of them guilty.
Okay. All right. Well, I have to let you think who you think. I can't.
A lot of them don't know.
I don't want to force you. Right. I don't want to. I can't sit here and change your.
I'm using logic. I'm using logic.
Right.
I'm using logic.
Okay.
And I'm going to respect theatrics and lies, and the fact what I've been through up in these courts, and I seen it with my own eyes.
I respect you.
I respect what you're saying. Disrespect, and they arrogant. That's why the ancestors waking us up. That's why everything's coming.
Negro, are you
working? Call
working?
yourself black in court. Stop calling yourself black in court. When you go to court and they say how you doing,
I had to find out the hard way.
So when you go to court and you go into court and they say how you doing or state your name, you tell them right then and there you are American Indian, and do they have the jurisdiction or does this fall up on the treaty? And they're gonna put your court. Okay, that's what happened to me. Okay, and I got up there.
Tell them, brother. Tell them, brother.
I'm enjoying it, bro.
We need to hear. I swear, all other shit we talk about is irrelevant. What we talking about right now, we need to talk about every day. A lot of people don't know.
I also spoke with Keisha Lance Bottoms before she left. She was the mayor. She had an open door policy. She just ain't about bullshit. So when I went up there with proper paperwork. I took the dead bodies of my family to show her that we was Indians, and now we call ourselves this today. And she couldn't believe what I was saying, and she told me to continue to push forward. She didn't hold me back. She didn't say it was nonsense. She gave me motivation at the end of the day. So
because they know.
I'm sorry, sir.
You got it, brother. They know. They just want to make sure you know.
Oh yeah, so now they taking like main thing we need to focus on is the land. They taking heirs property. All heirs property was land that was already for the Indians. If you notice, only the black people got heirs property, so they are the Indians. If you notice, if you commit a crime, you're not deported to Africa. They lock you up here, so you must be from here. You see what I'm saying? If all of us was
deportation.
you best believe we would be over there right the fuck now. You see what I'm saying?
You right about that, brother. You right about that, brother.
Deportation between us.
Mr. Betty will tell you, I am a traveler. Me and my girl will get in the car together. We went and researched all the mountains. We can find archaeology in all the mountains. Me and my girl went everywhere, and we'll put it all on video. They told us all this stuff is all make-believe, and we find out it's all real. They told us a land sunk and you walking on it. They told us Egypt is in Africa, but I got the University of Georgia documentation, Dr. Haley. I got his manuscript talking about all the artifacts that they found here in Murray County, Georgia.
That's right.
Georgia got the gold.
They call America.
That's where the gold, baby. That's right. That's right. That's where the gold at.
9 move 102. You can go on your computer right now. Go to Google, type in the number 9 move MU102, and you're gonna see the ancient Egypt archaeology discovery in Murray County, Georgia. It goes from Georgia all the way into Chicago. That's how Chicago ended up having Egyptian artifacts before Egypt had it in Africa. How is that possible?
Say that again, brother. Say that again, brother. I gotta write this down. I love doing research.
On display from Egypt in 1847 in a museum in Chicago, Illinois. The museum in Africa wasn't built until 1900. How is that possible?
That's true, right?
And then if you travel up through the Carolinas, you start seeing places like Memphis, Tennessee. You start seeing things like Kings Mountain, where if there's a mountain, every mountain has what? A valley. The Valley of the King. Right here in Cairo. And when you reach up, what's the name of the tribe you from, Sister Betty? Catawaba? When you research their older name, it comes up down there, Hawa. It gives you a biblical name of the tribe. When you look up this certain tribe in Carolina, how do they have a biblical name almost close to God's name? You see what I'm saying? In Carolina. Right. And then check this out. The word paleo. Paleo is ancient what? Everybody can research the word paleo. It means ancient. Christopher Columbus had to get a paleo Hebrew interpreter to speak to the Indians where? In America. Nigga, you
That's true.
Read in the Bible, but look how we acted. You see what I'm saying? People don't, when you, that's why me and my girl get off our ass and we go see. We go look
That's right.
All these national are hiding what you need to know. All of them. You see what I'm saying?
You been to the what you say? Go on the computer and type up what?
9 move number 9 MU 102. You can also put in 9 move 100. You can also put in 9 move 101. All of this is going to take you to this large arc. It's going to take you to the pyramids. It's going to take you everything that they found here in Georgia, and then they sank it. It's all underwater. 23 dams. 23 dams to bury this Egyptian site.
And I know they did the same old thing out there in a pyramid out in goddamn Minnesota too.
Minnesota, Wisconsin. Come on. We can all
Yep, that's true.
Wakanda is right outside of Illinois. You can go to Wakanda, Illinois right now. And what
Yep.
You can't make it up, brother. It's
you're right.
Like
you're
everybody,
right.
not to talk about the biblical stuff, but I try to give people landmarks that make them act better. If you go to Deuteronomy 34, it's the death of Moses. It gives you 4 landmarks that man can't make. It gives you mountains.
Alabama, you in the step to the panel, brother, and please bring your information. The link is pinned to the top, brother.
The language. This is what the white man used. They use the word paleo. I ain't saying it is Hebrew. If you look up the definition of the word paleo, it means ancient. they spoke an ancient language. It wasn't just Hebrew. It was an ancient Hebrew language that they had. The interpreter was transversing back and forth. Okay, but other things too. You can find Mount Moab, Mount Nebo, Mount Pisgah, all in Utah. Also, you can find Jericho in Utah. You can't find locations in Africa nowhere. And then, what did Moses do with his people? He took them out of Egypt, right? Now we just got University of Georgia data showing you that they found Egypt from here all the way over to Chicago, even in Florida, Wisconsin, and so on. All the states is important. Down there, all of America is Egypt. And they hiding everything from you. I know you say Bible is an allegory, but please explain the landmarks that you have right now in Utah. Please
You're welcome to the panel.
Archaeology discovery of Egypt in Georgia. Please explain that if it's an allegory. How can all the stories now fit? And now everybody gonna say, oh, it's fake. Once you can start finding evidence of the story, hard facts.
Right.
And a lot of this is coming from the Library of Congress. And then we go
to too.
bodies. Look, Sister Betty watched one of my shows where I showed them what Africa, the Egypt in Africa is fake. We got them building the construction.
I've seen it.
Putting the face on it.
I've seen it.
Also, we got them building Stonehenge.
What are your thoughts, Michael? You're welcome to the panel. I put the link in the chat. Please feel free to join the panel.
Yes, we can see all this stuff with these people. It's the Truman Show, made for all of us.
Yeah.
Why they got a lot of us? Because you are part of something greater. And when we start researching this stuff in history, you start realizing the Maya called themselves nigga. What? You start saying, and look, there's a priceless piece in the British Museum called the Grand Negus. And when you pull up this priceless piece, it's a black man in pearls. This nigga break down in gold pearls and
you gotta turn off your YouTube, Ali Babu.
Yeah, and they call him the Grand Negus. And it's in a museum. So nobody is throwing no bullshit around. Everybody's speaking facts. Sister Becky come with the law. She come with governmental things. You can't deny what they doing. She got the paperwork right there. I come with more
real talk
stuff. And I come with facts on the spiritual. I read a book where they said they found Solomon Temple. Me and my girl drove to the location, and we can actually see the ruins of something that was once there. And they call it Lookout Mountain today. They had the Civil War in 1862 to 1863. This battle was on this mountain. What did they find? Diamonds, emeralds. What else they got out of there? The natural, what they call it, organic emeralds and stuff like that. I can't think of the name of argon crystals is what they pulling out the mountain even still today. And you can even go out there and mine your own stuff, your own gems, and bring them back home.
Nijis, we had a couple of people that want to respond. Huru, in your comment. Huru, you gotta unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
Huru?
I'm sorry. I was also working.
Oh yeah, Alibaba. Baba, turn off your YouTube, the YouTube part, and just leave StreamYard. Close out of YouTube.
My YouTube is closed, Bethy.
I wonder why you echoing.
Open, that's all.
Huh?
The only thing I got open is StreamYard. I've been closed to YouTube out.
It sounds good on my end.
It's echoing. Now it's not echoing. When he closes it, it doesn't echo. Huru, you your last comment. Go ahead, Huru, and then after that, Alibaba.
Well, all I know is that we predate the Bible stuff. That's all I really want to say is that we really predate the Bible stuff way before the Bible. Okay, so that's all I had to say. That's all really I had to say. Or my comment. You know, you predate that.
Okay.
Right.
Ali.
Right. 100%.
Ali. You gotta unmute your mic, huh?
Look, I want to say something. Regardless what we're talking about, right? We could be talking about oatmeal, grits, right? Orange juice, cabbage. You know, I'm 58 years old, man. I'll be 59 in August.
I'm glad you older than me.
I remember I was a little boy, right? Eating dirt, running around barefoot, running in the woods. I remember then how strangers would say, hey, how you doing? I remember then when strangers would go out of their way to make sure that a woman that they didn't know, they would open the door. Or somebody older, they ask them would they need a hand. I remember when grandmama and a whole lot of other people mama. See, this was back in the day when I made it call your mama mama. We used to do that back in the day. I raised up about 7 mamas. I remember when your daddy would whoop my ass and take me home, only to face another damn ass whooping and punishment. I remember when the purpose of any discussion wasn't so that somebody else could hear your goddamn mouth. It wasn't for you to be able to just run your mouth, cause like they say, cause you got one. The purpose was to get the correct answer, not just any answer. You know, about a week ago, Dredd, that's why I was telling you, Sister Betty, what Dredd was talking about was so important that it went over everybody's head. That's why I kept telling him to reiterate it. Something has happened to people. It don't matter what type of human you are. So you ain't got to be worried about no type of classification. I'm talking about every human being on this planet. Something has happened to y'all, man, where y'all don't want correct answers no more. Something has happened to y'all why when somebody asks y'all a simple word, y'all get smart-mouthed. I asked the dude, did he know where his family name come from? He's sitting there like a little girl with a lollipop talking about some yeah, right, and all this other stupid ass shit. Y'all been on the internet too long, man. A nigga like me hit you in your goddamn mouth, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm a real man. Y'all need to stop that whole ass shit. You ain't gonna never get free with that whole ass shit. And I'm gonna tell you something now. You ain't gonna never come together because you niggas ain't got no morals and standards. And some people do. And they not gonna live together. And you know this is running true in everybody's personal family right now. Tell me I'm lying. I don't even know none of y'all in y'all family. Tell me I'm lying. It's happening all around the country, all around the world. You got family members not mess with family members. Friends not mess with friends. Because they won't raise their standard. And then you got the ones with the low standard running around talking about they cutting off the ones with the high standard. You're not cutting them off, they cutting you off. And you're going to learn this come November when you can't eat. See, y'all told niggas like me I was crazy. See, a lot of y'all Johnny come latelys. I've been this same dude for 58 years. Niggas in New York told me I was crazy. Niggas in DC told me I was crazy. Niggas in Carolina told me I was crazy. Niggas in Florida don't tell me I'm crazy. You know what? Watch this. You know what the difference in them states is? When I lived in New York and DC, Maryland, and Carolina, I was strictly around my people. I done did 10 years in federal prison, was innocent. You think I'm mad at the government? Kinda, sorta. But I'm more mad at a nigga with the same last name as mine. It was his beef. He got me in it. Y'all live games, man. Y'all live illusions. Y'all like likes and follows and shit. Y'all don't want no correct answers. See, let me tell you something. I'm gonna show you how slick y'all think y'all are. I've been putting out real information for years. So this is how it works. Somebody will talk to me, be in a chat with me. I'll sneak by my page. They get a piece of information. Next thing you know, a new wave done started. Oh, I watch everything.
You have a YouTube channel?
I've been at this my whole life.
You got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, Alibaba Haru.
Oh, I didn't know that.
See, a lot of people talk about stuff, Bethy. I've been this way my whole life. You know, pictures don't lie. Go to my Instagram page with all them pictures. You see me as a little kid. I've been this way my whole life. I'm from the country, boy. I'm a real Indian. Not no made Indian. Y'all following everything they say. Y'all keep on following them. I'm not gonna follow none of y'all. I'm over here to support Sister Bethy. I'm not over here to follow none of y'all. I'll make that clear. I'm not no INDIAN. I'm not that. That's not what I am.
What are you?
I'm an Indian. NDN. If it's two of us, that make it plural. That's NDU. You feel me? That's this land. The word for land is Akan. This land, this is the land of Indians. Indian.
Yeah, they called us India Superior.
Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all how y'all got all the information. This is the first time I did this show like this. I'm gonna show y'all how y'all got all the information. But like I said on my page, most of y'all full of shit. Most of y'all chasing that damn dollar. You'll kill your mama for $1. You can tell that nigga over there that you won't do it. I know you will. I'm 58. This is how we got in the situation that we in today.
I won't kill my parents.
I'm not saying each. I'm saying most people will. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all harsh realities. Watch this. You know how many black men been to prison? I'm not talking about guilty or innocent. Don't nobody even care about that. That's not even the point right now. Do you know how many so-called black, brown men been to jail in this country? Do you know who they co-defendants are? Let me tell you something. If me and you robbed a store, watch this here. I'm gonna show you how people raise different. If me and you robbed a store, right? And we got caught, and then you told the police everything, I wouldn't be mad at you. Not me. I can't speak for nobody else, man. I'm speaking for me. Because I know how I was raised. First of all, I ain't got no business doing wrong. Second of all, my parents taught me whether I do wrong or right, I must be accountable for. So if we robbing something, that means that I'm included. So if you end up telling the police what happened, I can't get mad at you because I'm guilty. Unfortunately, that ain't what happened when a lot of so-called brown and black men get locked up. You niggas be making up stories, anything. Sending niggas to jail that ain't got nothing to do with it. People got babies, you send them to jail. Watch this, I'm gonna show you how they play with y'all, right? And y'all just sit. If this hypothetically, I want you to really listen to this. If I locked up 40,000 men, regardless of the color, just to say I locked up 40,000 men, right? How many children do you think just got impacted? Think about that for me. Because, you know, now, I said men. Now, men can have grandkids and kids. Just think about that now. You lock up 40,000. Now, the reason I said 40,000, I'm just throwing that number. Because it's been over 100,000, right? It's been people let out of jail that did, like if they do the average of the years, they niggas done did 18 years apiece. Some of them did 40, some of them did 5, you know what I mean, the average, right? And they all innocent. I want you to think about what I just said, and they all innocent.
Indian Removal Act come to mind.
See, watch this. DNA can help them out. DNA ain't gonna do shit in a drug case like mine. Feds show up, you there when they show up, and drugs ain't on you, drugs in the building. They got a sting on somebody else 3 months prior to that, and that person in the building, right? They follow the person to the building, got the person phone tapped from 3 months back. So any conversations you had with the person, they know about, and they still lock your ass up.
That's why I'm here.
You see what I'm saying? See, y'all don't see. Let me tell y'all something.
Enough is enough.
Y'all don't know the feds beef. I'm gonna say this again now. And if you think I'm bullshitting, you better go to my page and really study it. The feds beef ain't with y'all, man. It's with me. You know why they beef with me? I'm gonna say this one time, and I ain't even gonna argue with y'all. Because they know I can free y'all. I can't free y'all without y'all, though. That's the key. And I know y'all egos. Now watch this. I'm gonna show you how slow humans are. I gave y'all one crumb, and y'all think a loaf of bread on my page. It's some stuff I'm wise enough to know can't be discussed on no internet or telephone.
Well, that's the first thing he took from us, our communication line. That's why shit is all fucked up right now, because we don't have no communication line.
I mean? It's like I be hearing y'all talk about a lot of stuff y'all ain't got no idea about. No idea. And then I don't know why the ones who got an idea don't check them. Like you be hearing people talk about fighting and all this. Your ass ain't never been in no military. And if you've been in the military, right? Pull your DD-214 out. I'll pull mine out. I got a bunch of shit I'll show you. I be hearing people calling themselves scholars and shit. Niggas ain't even finished high school. y'all gonna stop playing, man?
How about doctor?
Y'all niggas want some pussy. That's what it, hold on. Y'all niggas want some pussy. That's what it is. You niggas want some pussy. The girls ain't, I know not a lot of niggas done went gay. The girls ain't fucking no more. It's that y'all want men. Y'all looking for husbands.
Whoa. We can't talk like that.
No. I'm saying, Beth, it's something. What is going on with our people? But everything is a game. My point is, when we trying to talk, we trying to be wrong. We try to get correct answers. So human beings can apply this stuff in their lives, where their lives will be better.
We don't talk about that.
I ain't talking about this particular. I ain't talking about this particular setting.
I know, but we got 109
everywhere.
Ali by Ali. We got 109 people in here, and I don't want you to talk like that.
Okay, baby. I respect your pay. I was just trying to make a point, but you understand what I'm saying? We got chaos. We got this chaos, man. I'm sorry I had to make that point on your page, but I'm trying to show them the chaos, Bethy.
Yeah, we got chaos.
When people start taking knowing as a joke, how you gonna feed your babies? How you gonna feed your babies when you don't know how to cook, woman? How you gonna protect your wife and kids when you don't even understand civics, man?
Ali, I don't mean to cut you off, brother. But the topic of the show is not being discussed. It's colonizers, invaders, U.S. citizens are not supposed to classify/identify you based on observation. What do you say to that?
It's not much to say that hasn't been said. I think in short, the best way to put this, the Pope just said it. Right?
Come on, give it to us.
I mean, in short, right? And the Pope just said that. Look, we've been some lying colonizers, and we made great on the lie.
Facts.
Right? Okay. That's basically what he said, right? Okay.
Well, we would like to hear it from your perspective.
So when you understand the lie, right?
Spit
it's
that
all
fire.
about what you're gonna do about it.
There you go.
Right? And like I just said, I know what to do about it.
Are you gonna share?
But it can't be done without y'all.
Facts.
They already gave y'all. Listen, it's nothing I have to tell y'all. Y'all already know the answers.
Facts.
This is my point. Y'all need to stop playing. Just like the Moors, right? I watched this. The Moors know Islam ain't nothing but social studies. They know it's international state law and municipality. They know that Moor, watch this, they know that Moor ain't nothing but a name for math. Why you think you can look up the word bay right now, right? The word bay is the same as like a water bay. It's the administrator of the mayor, which the mare, which is the water, right? So the word mayor is mare.
I heard it's a title.
And BEY is his administrative outlet. Same thing, man. They know this, man.
I heard it was a title that more was a trade, like if you're a carpenter or if you're this.
That ain't what no more is. Now listen, y'all, like I said, I don't argue with people. I give people the correct answer. If you don't want to ride with the correct answer, ain't no
I didn't say.
No, I'm not saying you, Beth. I'm not saying you, Beth. I'm just saying in general. Right? I'm telling you what the. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you how common sense answer questions. Right? When they started talking about Moors, right? Just think about what I'm saying. What the first thing they said about Moors? What's the first sentence? What's the first sentence come out their mouth when they say about Moors? They were what?
I have not studied Moors.
They were the rulers of Europe.
Oh, okay.
So why they don't call? Listen. So if they were rulers of Europe, right? Why they don't call them president? Why they don't call them king? Why they say the Moors? They the rulers. Because I just told you what the damn word more mean. It mean land ruler. By the water.
Okay, well now
some stuff real simple, man.
There's more coming.
So you hear people talking about Morris is in America. Morris is over here. Morris over there. They trying to say indigenous land rulers are everywhere.
The Morris coming other races.
They come in from the Scottish.
Like, are they white?
Y'all hear this. Y'all hear this right now.
White too? Are there white Moors?
Yes, white Moors. It's white land rulers.
That's running our country.
Listen, most Moors today are white. What mask you see black? I mean, this mask that's black, don't get me wrong. But most stuff, you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
I've only voted one time my entire life on any level. And that's when I voted for the Moor.
Okay.
Because the Moor used to be my boss. Y'all know who the Moor I'm talking about, right? Marion Barry.
I'm just listening.
Marion Barry, he from Mississippi. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know Marion Barry, one that was the crackhead.
Yeah, if you want to call him a crackhead, I know him personally. He wasn't a crackhead.
Okay.
You know how watch this.
Well, I thought they caught him in a hotel room.
No.
For the
real people on the panel.
Straightening need to happen.
Listen, for the real people on the panel, right? It might be a brother on here like myself, right? I don't drink.
I don't either.
Right? But I must say, I'm guilty of being with a young lady, and let's have a sip. And okay. You know what I'm talking about? So, Marion Barry is he used to like that. He used to like that Remy, VSOP to be exact, right? And it's the 80s, if you seen the tape, right? Watch this. Watch this. If you seen the tape, no professional crackhead asks somebody how you light a crack pipe. You understand what I'm saying? If you're a crackhead, you don't need help. Where do I put the crack? How do I light it? You don't need that help. You need more crack. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying for people who wise, man, they wise. And like I said, other people like to ride with propaganda. Some people like to, a lot of people, each of us know, can't wait for something bad to happen to you because they can go nanny boo boo. We know this. Everybody knows somebody they be all up in your face smiling like, hey, Sister Betty, how you doing today? All right. Then as soon as you turn your back, then they be like, I can't wait for her to fall.
Yeah, I know.
Some people just like misery, man. Some people, like I said, some people don't want, like people mad. You know why people scared of my page? Cause I don't ask you to follow or subscribe. I don't ask you for no cash apps or nothing like that. See, y'all don't understand the game that played on y'all. Y'all been psychologically.
Yeah, I can hear you, but what's that in the background?
Y'all been psychologically tricked.
I'm in my work truck. Like I said, I'm in my work truck.
So when y'all need to roll that window up, y'all cash out.
Give me about 7 minutes and I'll be at the crib.
Okay.
All right.
You got Bethy, you got all these people claiming made up tribes with misspelled tribal names. Look, they don't misspell Choctaw twice, and they still ain't got it right.
But
Choctaw came from Choctaw law.
But I mean, at least they took the effort to create the tribe. That's the goal, right? To bring back.
This is my point. What we're talking about right now. You can't win in court with make believe.
Mic check. Do I sound right?
You understand? You can't even go in court with your name misspelled. So how you gonna go in court claiming a public decree? Your science ain't correct. You don't know what you're talking about. You're claiming a fake trial that they in the corner laughing at because they know they made it.
Well, am I echoing, y'all?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, let me fix my headphones.
That's why I say we have to run for office. That's why we have to become the judges. We have to become the lawyers. Stop trying to be a basketball player or a football player or a rapper. We all need to just run for office. That's what I'm telling everybody. The first noble thing I ever done, I was about 22 years old. I stayed in some apartments called East Hampton over here in Georgia. And, it's ghetto. The police like to come in their helicopter, slide down the rope from the helicopter and chase the dope dealers, at least once a week, stay in shape. And what I end up doing for my community, I applied for the sheriff department and became a sheriff deputy. And I started checking the other police officers right there on the scene in front of everybody, and didn't have a problem going to internal affairs on their ass and get their ass written up or fired. Didn't care, but you ain't gonna beat up on my people in front of me. So sometimes you have to, fight fire with fire. I became a police officer just so they could leave this side of the city alone, which I had became a person. I became something of statue because people would see me in my uniform and they respected me in my uniform because how I treated the neighborhood. So that's why we have to get that over to our kids. It ain't all about being an athlete. It's really more about being a politician and getting back to our grassroots or how we once was. A lot of people just don't know the history of what we had going on at that time. So we have to, sit back and, get this information out. Every time one of us in this community put out a show, it actually touched somebody new every time. And we get, even if it's one person at a time, all of us put out information to get people riled up, to bring a community together, to bring people together. Right here on this show, it's a community right now, and everyone understand each other. We all on the same path, and all of us can do different things in our community, and to start showing the difference. If you can't get nobody in your community to run for office, you run for office. You'll be surprised what, it says fast. Oh, okay. Yeah, you'll be surprised at what'll happen. I never knew I'd be a police officer one day. And now, by me working there, I've been gone for years now, but by me working there, I learned other education, learned how to sell houses, buy property, and county paid for my schooling for me to know that. And now it helps me today to maintain, because now I'm 49. And it helps me maintain my household, make sure we got money in the bank, because I had to take on some skill sets that I wouldn't have normally gotten from school or anything. I had to actually step out and get it. But it did, like I tell everybody, I can be strength for everybody. I'm a little bitty nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm about 5'6". You know what I'm saying? I'm in shape though.
Taller than me.
It's the hotter the man. He ain't the size, right. The hot.
I'm 5'2".
That's right. And look, and we be at the tip of the spear. We be up in the front, you know what I'm saying, getting that work done. And that's why I tell everybody, if all of us let's start joining together seriously, we'll be better than Martin Luther King and all that stuff going on. We can leave that to the side.
Hey, niggas.
It's what we doing. You see what I'm saying? Showing everybody, and we can prove who we are. We can show what they already falsified documentation, so it already takes them down. You know what I'm saying? Any government agency found to be falsifying paperwork, they lose accreditation. Just like the Cobb County Sheriff Department. When the sheriff was convicted of murdering the elected sheriff, it took all our accreditation away. They had to change the uniforms from brown to navy blue because they don't have a certain standard anymore.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? So when you lose those type of accreditations, you need someone new, someone that can come in and actually whip everything back into shape. And that's the community. That's us. All of us that's on here right now are the leaders for tomorrow. The only reason you on this show or listening to this show, we don't know how to get to the next step. So all of us have to keep trying. But like I tell everybody, it's nothing to sign up to run for election. You can like Hosea Williams, you know what I'm saying? He was a prime example of showing you he got his education later in life. You know what I'm saying? But before then, this man was doing all kind of politics with no high school education. And he stayed right down the street from me. So when you see things like that and hear stories like that, it does something to you. It gets you want to. And you know, Sister Betty and everyone else know I don't have to get up here and lie. I show my good, my bad, and the ugly. You know what I'm saying? And let it all lay where it be. And
that's right. Stand on your square.
That's right. You make your decision.
Welcome to the panel. Oh, sorry, Jane.
Yes. No, you good, man.
Go ahead, Mr. Lattimore. I saw you in the chat. What's up, Mr. Lattimore? Go ahead, Mr. Lattimore. Your mic is muted. You muted your mic by accident.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
I hear you fine, brother.
Hey, I just wanted to get on here, man, and this to Bethy, I like your content, your research, and you know, it's I like the Indian thing, you know, the Aboriginal thing, and I say keep going. I mean, you got a very exciting comments, but you know what? I've been through it a lot, and you know what? I'll go. You know, I'm gonna go. I'll give my life up for the ugly, uncomfortable truth than a pretty, than a pretty comfortable lie. And so far, you know, when you strive for the uncomfortable truth, you go through things and you realize the importance of what we need to do as a people. And you know, I don't come on here to fight with nobody or anybody's belief, but as far as, you know, what we need to do, we need to just stick to it and be better as a people and communicate with one another. You know, I don't come on here to fight with nobody or question you. I just, you know, come on here to hear, you know, what Sister Betty's doing, because, you know, I like Dan Calloway's content and do my own research and write notes and things like that. You know, so we need to steer the right direction. For starters, you know, we have to realize that, you know, this is our land and we are the landlords of this land. That we have a work to do and we don't need to ask permission. We don't need to ask permission to any form of what we should be doing. We could do it ourselves and we don't need permission. We could tell them what it is and what we're gonna do. And that's how it is. We don't need to ask permission. We could just do it ourselves. You know, put money together to do this. And even if you got to do it individually until you get to that point, do that. It takes one step at a time, one day at a time.
Real talk.
I don't listen to me. Y'all better listen. I don't watch television. I don't do none of the things these people do, you know, and I don't do that Christmas. I don't do none of the holidays. I don't do none of that. I'm completely out of the matrix. You know, I'm not going to take the red pill, then take the blue pill when I need to take a break, or take a purple pill to stay in the middle. I'm going to stay on that red pill and I'm not going to give up, because I know that if we stay, and the thing is, we got to make, what sacrifices are we willing to make that happen? That's what you need to ask. You might have to sacrifice having fun. You might have to sacrifice, you know, the joy, you know, all that stuff, because it's all fake and it's all lies. If you do the research to find out where all this stuff comes from, is to distract you from what you should do in the first place. You know, I'm not a religion basher. I'm not here for that, because every time people bring this up, it's a fight. And you know how? Let me tell you something. Religion has divided a lot of my people, and it's still doing it. And it's still doing it today. I got too much division. I got too much hatred going on. People don't even want to talk to each other. I mean, we're going through it right now. It's a war in our minds. It's a secret war The thing about war is, war does not have to be brought in your face. It could be just as hidden as it can be, as long. And the thing about being the enemy for me, I'm just saying, for me, is a noun. It's a person, place, a thing, or idea. That's what the enemy means to me. When you depend on your enemy for anything, you're in bad shape. Like Malcolm said, we got to be careful.
That's a good way of looking at it. That's a good analogy way of looking at things.
Yeah, we got to be careful what we say to one another, even on the comments. You know what?
True.
And the thing about what you said, Betty, some time ago, you was talking about some of our people were involved with the enemy to do what it is. We had to realize that our enemies come in all skin colors. We just can't just come at each other because, oh, he believes it's this thing or that thing, or he believes this. No, that's not what it's all about. It's about evidence.
Real talk.
You can go to your family tree, find out who your great-great-grandfather is. You'll find the truth right then and there. You don't need to. You don't need to do all this. We already know. We already know. I call myself, for me, I say indigenous, Aboriginal, American Indian. I put all of them in there. But the thing is, I'm glad because I know the truth. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? When you come to that realization about who you are,
we need to start holding court where we at.
I did 5 years ago. Back in the day, back in the day, I was in the church and I used to believe in all that stuff. But then I realized the Bible, something about it just didn't make sense. Like literally, you get your butt whooped in society, kicking your ass. Then you would go to church and thank God for it. It was almost like mentally destroying my mind to the point where it's mental abuse. And it's all this stress adding on to our men every year. It's almost like the stress just keep piling up. And we don't even live long enough to even enjoy. By the time we get old, like, in slavery, which is employment, by the way, we won't even be able to enjoy. So it's like taking that step that we need to take to do this is, and I said the time is now, no matter what you do. I don't care. You do it in silence, though. Be careful and just do, whatever it is, just do it for yourself, not for nobody else. Sometimes it takes one, and sometimes it takes the individual to do, like someone said, to do it. Now, I'm not the type of person that trolls. I'm not the type of person that gets on social media and talk. I'm not that person. I'm always in the back watching everything. And I hear Sister Bethany and a lot of people, you got different people on the panel. You got different people on there, and I just didn't listen. But
brother need to hear you though, man. People need to hear people need to hear your story, brother.
You have to understand
because that's
that
inspiring. I mean, that move people.
You have to understand that. Okay, you have to understand. You have to understand that the foreigners use some of our people who are used to be used, sometimes deemed as leaders, to create the narrative to push their agendas across that may look like us. And it caused so much division and hatred among each other. Now, people can't even be with this woman because I don't believe in the same thing that person does. And it's almost like if I don't go along with the matrix, I get ostracized from my family. This is what I'm dealing with.
Facts.
But I'm willing. But see, that's the sacrifice that I was willing to take.
There you go. That's a true realization.
I had dreams that I would get to that point, but I didn't believe. These dreams were my nightmares. And I couldn't believe there was fires. This is before I even knew Dan Calloway. And I kept thinking every time I read the scriptures, and I read through them, and I studied them. They weren't all of them were bad guys.
Man. Facts.
You still there, brother?
Yeah, he froze up. He probably in a bad area.
Man,
hey, Chief.
There you go.
Yeah, you froze up for a minute. You froze up for a minute.
Yeah, you froze up.
I'm sorry, y'all. At first, I thought he was crazy. But then when I did the research and found out, and then I started researching, I said, wait a minute. Because nothing was making any sense. Nothing was correlating. It was almost like an illusion. And I kept breaking out. And you know what? I learned this ugly truth. And it does hurt. To this day, it took me 5 years to get over that. But now I put myself together now. And I'm striving to get us out of this bondage. We're in bondage in our minds. You don't know how much. Yeah. You don't know.
We are.
We don't know each other. You know what I'm saying? I don't come on here to try to knock nobody. You know what I'm saying? We a family. Right. We got to think of as loved ones.
Just tell your story, brother. Just tell your story.
We can't be hitting on everybody else because we don't know each other. I don't know nobody on this panel. And I hope that you are here because you want to do something and you're not just here just so you can be entertained. We got to stop doing that too.
Is our story.
Right. We don't need entertainment. We need the truth. We need teachings.
Exactly.
We need to start making a move one thing at a time, though. You can't all just do everything.
Man,
everybody has a work. Everybody has a work to do.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Real talk.
Everybody has a work to do, and it's up to you, and it's up to us to continue that work. It don't matter how small or big it is. It's
Can we
work.
all
If
agree?
it's getting,
Can we all agree that the war is in our mind first?
Oh yeah, that's right.
The war is
I
in our
agree with
mind.
that. Like, right. That's what I say. You got to deal with oneself first. You got to get that. You got to get the individual on track first
yeah.
before you can move on to the next person. The individual is the most important piece on the board. And after you get the individual straight, meaning oneself, then you can move to the next task. Because the individual is a journey in itself for everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got
Oh yeah.
111 Truth that stepped to the panel. I just
All
want
right.
to give everybody a chance.
I just wanted to say thank you, Betty, and I'm gonna keep going on your content. You keep doing your work. You know, people need to be informed.
Thank you, brother.
No matter how
Man,
long
you
it
did a
takes.
great
Some
job,
people,
man.
yeah, these people are
I
gonna
give my
fight.
hat
And
off to you, man.
I don't care. I don't listen. I don't listen to the most ugliest thing that I can possibly be told. But you know what? It's not gonna stop me from what's important. We are indigenous
That's right. Keep
Aboriginal
telling
American
your
Indians.
story.
And we're gonna we ain't gonna stop till we get our lands back, so they can stop trying to poison our children's minds, so they can stop putting all this indoctrination in their minds, so they can stop teaching them how to be slaves to the system that belongs to them in the first place. This is
Right.
for our
Stop
children.
disrespecting our Pookies and Ray Rays. Stop disrespecting
Yeah,
our Pookies and
that's
Ray
right.
Rays. Stop
Well,
disrespecting
look,
us, period.
I'm gonna get off the
People that's
phone.
being targeted.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off the phone, Betty. I love you. I love y'all. I hope you
Love you
guys
too,
continue
brother.
on, y'all. Let's all continue on. All right.
Brother.
Thanks.
No doubt,
Salute,
brother.
I
You
appreciate
keep telling your story, brother. No doubt.
Thanks. Hey, 111
This story is our
Truth.
story.
That's right.
Hey, peace, Sister Betty. Salute to everybody on the panel in the chat. How y'all doing today?
What's going on, True?
Not much, man. How y'all doing?
Peace, true.
Peace. I know you wanted me to jump up here and expound on what I said in the chat, right?
Yeah.
Now, I know that kind of lightweight. Like, some people understand what I'm saying, and then some people, it kind of catch them off guard when I say, even my own grandmother, right? Let's keep it a buck, right? My grandma tell you all day, yeah, I'm Sharpton, right? But we got to understand where these concepts come from, like Sharpton, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Creek, Seminole, all of that shit. That's not our shit. That's something that's something somebody else called it. And then what we really got, what we really got to get down to is the understanding of the concept of 5 civilized tribes and the destruction of that creation of that government entity and shit. What it caused. What it did was it basically automatically erased thousands of fucking people, thousands of tribes in the process of that. And certain sections that they was granted to, they automatically absorb all these other peoples up under that concept against their own will, and then set up a corporate government construct between the Secretary of Interior and the newly entity created, the BIA, to deny you the right to draw up under your indigenous heritage.
Facts.
This is where the dogs rose and all of this shit came from. So, like, just for Mississippi alone, you had shit like Yasu, Masu, Natchez,
Thousands of other tribes.
just in that one state alone. That's not even including Louisiana, Arkansas, parts of Tennessee, Alabama, and even parts of eastern Texas that this whole Sharpton creation absorbed, even though most of the people was not even considered Sharpton. And these are just all government constructs. So it's like, I don't knock nobody for saying it at all, right? Because now you're just basically using the modern term to give people a grasp and concept of the people that you are talking about, but also understand that this shit was created to take you away from who you is and shit at the same time, and deny you the right to be able to identify who you is. Yeah,
Man,
identify who you is.
Right. That part right there.
So when I say things like, when I say things like Sharpton is modern and fake, like, I'm not being disrespectful. I just want people to understand the concept of this creation and the meaning behind it and how well it has worked up into this day. a lot of us has been denied to establish and identify with who we truly are because of this creation and shit.
And that's the truth.
That is so damn true.
Yeah, you know,
Wow. You said a
it ain't
mouthful just now, brother.
right. So you know, it ain't no way around it. Like I say, you know, it's not to be disrespectful because, like I say, man, my grandma called. She'll tell you she shot on my mama, all that shit, right? But at the same time, we was denied to identify and had Article 14 citizenship forced up on us.
Yeah.
Not amendment. Now, we're not talking about Amendment 13 and 14. We're talking about Article 14. And if you want to know what Article 14 is, just go to the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. That's why I tell people there are thousands of treaties all across this, you know, this landmass. But that Dancing Rabbit Treaty, not only was it created and detrimental, but eventually it started absorbing almost every motherfucker that's claiming to be indigenous up under what's the word I'm looking for? Shit. What's the word that I'm looking for? But you know, this creation basically was to make you a citizen because they knew a lot of you did not want to leave your lands. That's why I call this shit a trail of lies. Most of us stayed. Way more of us stayed than the amount of us left. And actually at the initial and to be honest, the second and third wave seen more people than the first wave of the Indian Removal Act, to keep it a buck.
Right.
The second and third wave, and that second and third wave came from Jim Crow era and shit. Like I say, you know, they tell you Jim Crow was established in the 1800s, but you really don't start seeing it implemented until like the 1890s into the 1930s.
The later
years,
yeah.
That's
Right
true.
Later 1800s.
Right, and so what do you see? What do you see happening between 1890 and 19? Let's just say 1910. The establishment of the Dawes Rolls.
Yeah.
And guess what? All the other roles they had got suppressed.
That's the second one too.
Nah, that ain't even the second one. That's almost like the 20th one. You gotta think about all the roles that was created.
Oh yeah, all the way back. Yeah.
Before the Dawes Roll, you had the Bragg Rolls, the McKinnon Rolls, so many other roles before the establishment of the Dawes Rolls, and the establishment of the Dawes Rolls was the tell-all, be-all, and all the other roles got suppressed. The establishment of the 5 civilized tribes was the tell-all, be-all of what it is to be Indian, and everything else got suppressed. So a lot of this shit was deliberately done to take you away from your heritage, to make you citizens. The moment you become citizens, your lands can be taxed, your lands can be taken, because it was against the law to buy and take Indian land. So how do you take the Indian land? You make that nigga a citizen.
Yep.
Like they say, kill the Indians, save the man.
Yep.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question.
Straight trickeration.
But before you do, Ali, can we let this really wait?
Chopping. Was she chopping to y'all?
Yeah, she's doing your chopping, Sister Betty.
Oh, I don't sound right?
You straight right there, Betty.
You sound better now. You straight now.
Bring what you said back, Betty.
I wanted to know if Curious. Go ahead.
I'm sitting in the cut back, listening to everybody. I think that we, as a people, we all know that the name of these tribes was created.
Hey, Curious, not to cut you off, but can you play that sax?
Yeah, I play tenor, I play alto, I play soprano, I play flute. I play in bands, man.
Okay, carry on. I just want to
go on, brother. Go on, man. Got a flute on him.
Go ahead, Bobby Blue Band.
Yeah. I do a little bit of music, man. I enjoy it. That's how I raise my vibrations. So
that's what's happening.
Yeah. So we have been misidentified, and although the names of the tribes, as they call them, is what the colonizers created. That's what they go by, though. You know what I'm saying? So although we know that they're more ancient than the names of the tribes are more ancient than what's been created, but how do we establish ourselves or connect ourselves to those people? Does that make sense?
Go to my page. Yes. Go to my page. It'll help answer some of your questions.
So I'll check out your page, but at the end of the day, we have been misidentified. Our people holding on to old belief systems that has been given to us, and it's been a detriment to our people. Some people can't function without going in those belief systems. You know what I mean? Let's just keep it real. One of the brothers say how he sticks out from his family. Shit, I'm the same way.
Anybody else over 50?
I'm 59.
Okay, my man. What's your name then? Hold on. Listen to me. Listen to me when I say that. Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to the little boy.
Mm-hmm.
Go way back. I'm talking to the little boy.
Mm-hmm.
What they call you when you was a little boy?
I got a nickname.
That's what I'm talking about. What they call you when you was a little boy?
I ain't giving that up on the internet. But I do have
no. Understand what I'm saying,
my brother.
I'm not talking about mama name.
Hell no.
I ain't talking about the name mama gave you. I'm talking about, listen. The reason I say this now, this isn't absolute, but I'm saying,
don't give up that nickname.
I'm saying a lot of people my age and older who are Indians, right? We were given birth names that were tribal names, and then we were given a con names that y'all think is English names, right?
Right.
So you know, like I'm gonna give you an example. My last name is Easterlinger, right?
Right.
So in the tribe, though, I'm Ali Baba Haru.
Okay.
Or short, Roy. Roy is short for royal. Right?
Right.
My father, his name is Arthur Easterling, right? He's deceased now, but he was known as Bobby.
Right.
Right? That was short for Bobcat. Right?
Right.
But he had another name, Gator, Sobik. Right? I got a cousin named Mike down there with you niggas in Georgia. Now you know how the world done changed. So some people don't like to be called by their tribal names no more. They civilized, right? So his name was Hunting Boy. So
only certain people can call me
when I see Hunting Boy, I just go Hunting Boy. Man, don't be calling me no damn Hunting Boy.
Everyone that called me by my nickname.
Watch this. His brother. Now see, this how I be knowing who really Indian. You hear these people talking about this turtle otter? Turtle is not a damn Akan word. Our word for turtle is Kuda. Coota. It's a special type of turtle that's native to this land. Black and yellow. Y'all know what a Kuda is. Kuda look like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
That Kuda, listen, that Kuda is very important to our culture and nature and tradition. Very important. For y'all who don't know, now you have to check this before you do it. You can't just, in some areas, you just can't kill a Kuda no more. Because I know they had got jive and stink in some areas. So before you do it, check it. But if you can kill one, right, that's that medicine. Listen to me. That's that real medicine. Flu, COVID, bad cold, pneumonia, Kuda soup with some paprika. You eat that shit, watch you, that shit start coming up out your ass.
We call that shit patois.
You know what I mean? It's gonna come up at you.
I done heard that before too, and I done heard that term before.
Patois.
Yeah, that's turtle soup. Well, turtle stew.
You must be from New Orleans.
No, I'm from Mississippi.
Okay, that's
from the Delta.
That's what they call that's a Delta word. That's why I say that.
Mississippi. Why do I sound like this?
You know,
because one of the brothers on the mic got their mic unmuted and the echo is coming from their microphone.
What you say is going on now?
My mic is muted.
One of the brothers, I don't know which one is y'all, but y'all
that
mic.
was him. It was Ali Bamu. It's his mic. Either he's too close or got it up too loud.
He got to check the echo rate. He got to adjust the echo in the settings and stuff, and then that'll clear that up.
Do I sound echoey now?
No, it's all gone.
No, you sound good
now. Your echo, Ali. You got to fix your echo. Go into your settings, right there on StreamYard, and fix your echo. I thought it was me. I'm like, damn, what's wrong? I done reset everything.
But I definitely heard that word "cooter." You know, we call turtles cooters and shit. You know, too as well.
But you had turtle soup.
Yeah, I mean, you know, shit. I
it
grew
tastes
up.
Good.
Mic check.
I mean, I ate it first by accident. It was fire as motherfucker. I was hungry as hell. I went there and ate it. I guess you do like turtle soup. I was like, shit.
No, I'm not saying because I know a lot in the South. Willie's father used to take him in the woods and teach him how to eat off the land, and they got I think his father got frogs and all kinds of stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, frogs from the I mean, you know, we stayed in Greenville, but my family was in the country, so I spent a lot of time out there, and yeah, we hunted for most of like the meat that we ate. You feel me? Like we fish, we hunt, you know, as far like even grew our own vegetables and stuff, but a lot of times, yeah, you still had to go to the store for certain things as well too. Because I grew up catching real snapping turtles, those big head turtles up out the ditch, and the crawfish. We used to go sell them downtown.
You come up on that catfish stew.
Yeah.
Is it still echoing, y'all?
Catfish, all that. No, it's better now.
Okay, yeah, I had to cancel. They got an echo cancellation.
Okay.
In the settings.
Right. Oh my goodness. I mean, well, what part of the Chief Curtis, you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I'm doing a receipt for one of my customers, but I'm listening in as y'all do y'all thing. I'm trying to do my receipts and get my quotes together.
You know, where you from, man?
I'm from Ohio, but I'm originally down from Mississippi, state line.
And my man from Georgia. Where you from, Theodore?
Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond?
You sound just like Virginia.
You're from Richmond, man. I'm from DC,
yeah,
man.
Brother, Richmond, Virginia. Oh, for real? Oh, damn. Okay. I got family out there, too.
Yeah. Where, who we got? Negro. Man, listen, Negro. Listen, you just was talking about that. We gonna rename you today.
Man, y'all gonna name me too.
Hey, look. We go back your own words. You said
where you from,
Negro? Let's move forward.
I think
Negro. I appreciate that y'all reiterated. Hey, I appreciate
Negro,
that
where you from? Negro, where you from, man?
California, man. LA, man.
LA, what's up? South Central?
South Central, East Side, low bottom.
My man.
Okay, your people's from Louisiana, ain't they?
Exactly.
Your people's from Louisiana, right?
Hey, Lou, where you from, man?
Mostly everybody out here in Cali got ties back to Louisiana. I've been finding that out firsthand and shit.
I'm a Jones. My last name Jones. I'm a Jones.
Oh boy, whose last name ain't Jones?
Where my man Hey Lou from? The copper-colored god. Where he from?
They related to everybody.
Trying to catch up to the Joneses.
Huru, where you from?
He muted over there.
Huru.
I think Huru say still at work.
Oh, I'm in Georgia. My bad.
We know niggas in Georgia.
Yeah.
I got you probably done dated somebody in my family. I got 300 family members in ATL.
Look, that's why I'm going through the book now. There's so many names in here. I'm going through the book now.
Look, I be at the next funeral family reunion. You be done showed up.
Oh yeah, it's pretty man. That's why I had pulled this book out because I heard someone talking about Mississippi, and I was going to say, did they know anybody with the name Million or Murray? The last name
Million
no
or
Mississippi
Murray?
is really
Yeah.
my Essie Payan.
I mean, we got a lot of everything down there. You know, we got Scotts, Coleman's, Braggs,
No, I'm talking about the
Johnson,
word
Brown,
Smiths, Johnsons,
word
Beverett.
Williams,
right?
Bragg, Strouds. You know,
Okay.
the Shroud and the Bragg name is kind of dwindling down there because a lot of marriages and stuff, but that's a old name as well too,
You
like
know
the
what's going on
Scots
in
and
Blackwell, man?
down in Mississippi.
Okay.
Somebody said they from Greenville.
Yeah, me.
Yeah, I got folks up in Greenville, man. They
Washington County.
Johnsons up there. They used to grow rice. From what I know, my
What,
one
Greenville, North Carolina, or South Carolina?
No, we talking about Mississippi.
Greenville, Mississippi.
Oh, Greenville, Mississippi.
Hollinsdale from up there, Hollinsdale.
Where
Yeah, I got Johnsons in my family
Tupelo?
too out of Greenville.
Man, we may be distant cousins. You never know. Because I know I
Johnson
know,
and Whitehead go hand in hand.
Man, I can't find nobody from Tupelo, man.
I got family in Tupelo too.
Boy, let me tell you something, man. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. The finest woman I ever seen in life.
Watch out now.
In life.
Watch out now. Watch out now.
She was one below. I found her in Tupelo.
Boy, that boy silly. He's silly.
Boy, they got some pretty.
He's silly. Oh my God, that's
Boy, I
some
went to
silly.
Jackson State one time. Good God Almighty. I was young then. I had to get out of there. I said, man, if I stayed in Mississippi 5 more minutes, I probably had 50 wives.
Yeah, my great auntie last name was Whitehead, but her kid's last name was Johnson from marriage.
I played ball.
That's my grandmother name, White.
You know,
a lot of whiteheads in Connecticut.
Jerome?
A lot of whiteheads, and I lived near next door to him, worked with him.
I knew Jerome Whitehead. I played ball.
That's an old surname that a lot of people not too much familiar with. Whitehead.
Well, I don't know why it's 1,000 of them up here.
They all went to Connecticut.
They all, oh my goodness, there's a lot of whiteheads. I could go right on YouTube right now and pull up Selena Whitehead, all of them.
Hey, Beth, I don't know about no whitehead, but I sure got a black head. I'm trying to get him off.
Boy, you got issues. That's some issues.
I've been squeezing him all.
That's some issues right there. That's some off the wall. Man, you gotta make me say some crazy. That's
but
funny.
You know, another surname that you don't really hear. And my third great grandmother, I only seen it for one time, but allegedly her last name was Riley, but on her marriage license got her down as Pleasant Abraham. But after that marriage, her name went to Carolyn Ann Braggs.
You said Branch?
Braggs. Bragg. No,
Branches in Maryland. Your people from Maryland?
No, Bragg. Braggs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not Branch. Okay. But I don't really see too many people with the last name Abraham no more.
Nah, I know. Like I met one Abraham. He was from Chicago, if I recall correctly.
Was that his first or last name though?
That was his last name.
Okay, yeah.
Matter of fact, he doubled up with the Bible. His name was Noah Abraham.
Nigga might be family.
I know exactly. He's from the west side of Chicago. And we was in the military together.
What branch of service was you in, bro?
Army.
Yeah.
Fort Lewis, Fort Bragg.
How many years you do?
Early 80s.
So how many years you do total?
4 years.
Oh, you
6 in all. You know, I did 2 reserve.
Yep.
Two. I did 4 active, a year active reserve, and then last year I just chilled.
I did a few years in the Navy. I'll say a few years. I might as well just say it. 23 years. I did 23 years in the service.
You stateside, or you did
all over. All over. I went to the Gulf. I went to the Gulf 7 times, man.
Oh shit. You need to smoke one of these shit.
No. Keep the mind clear, my brother.
God damn.
Keep the mind clear.
I was fortunate when I was in. We had one conflict. We jumped in. You know how people be lying, trying to act like they was all down. And we jumped in. Them jokers was running from us.
Yeah, I rode plenty of ships though. You know what I'm saying?
We went to Lebanon, went to Grenada, both times.
Oh, you was in Lebanon?
Well, nobody shoot back.
Wow.
Hey, true. All the whiteheads are mulattoes. I swear for goodness. It's huge. It's thousands of whiteheads. They huge family. I think they are related too. I swear for goodness. They real pretty too. All the kids, they are a fine family. It's so many of them. It's so many of them. I go down here. These are all whiteheads. I'm telling you.
Yeah, my great aunt, that was her last name. This was my great grandmother's first cousin on her mama's side.
Yeah. But anyway, we went through a lot today.
DC?
Huh?
I was asking Curious, he ever worked in DC?
No, I tried to get stationed up there, but that wasn't happening. Trust me, I tried like a son of a gun to get stationed up there, bro. They told me nope. The kind of career.
Well, he was like a mentor of mine when I first started college.
Mm-hmm.
He was the guy that ran the benefits for the veterans at the university, right?
Right.
And he was in the Navy.
Right.
He pulled a sweet one off. He some kind of way he got transferred. He was still in the Navy, but working for the federal government. Bad joker, pulling 2 checks at one time now. Joker in the Navy, but working for the government, assigned at the naval base.
Right.
You know, which is HR for the federal government.
Right.
The Navy Yard.
Right.
So I was like, man, how you pull that off? He didn't wink at me. I said, okay.
Yeah, I tried to get stationed there, but it didn't happen for me. My career field was a shipboard career field, so
I got out of the service, man, because I got tired of hearing all the stories from the other guys in the service, and I was like, I must be signed up for the wrong branch of service, man, because
that's crazy.
Girl.
I mean, he telling the truth. Sometimes you pick the wrong career field. You ain't going from boot camp.
82nd, Fort Bragg, Fort Lewis.
You going to the
The
golf.
only way you're gonna see a girl is you go on vacation.
Believe
that.
Is that why you went in the Navy to see a girl?
They got us playing. Listen, imagine this, man. Imagine you on the phone. You know how it is when you young. You got a girlfriend. So they don't send you across the country, right? So that phone call hot. You know what I'm talking about? Now, this back in the day. This before cell phones. So you doing a whole lot of quarters and everything.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Bro,
so
I know. I was stationed there. Go ahead.
You know, y'all been talking a couple days, couple weeks, whatever. As soon as that conversation get hot to the point where you like, look, girl, I'm on the way. Yeah. Pack it up. We're going to the woods. We're going to the woods. Yeah, for 6 months. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, so goddamn crazy.
Oh boy.
Playing war games. I can tell y'all, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all a true story. This is the craziest story
Oh, you
ever.
have to funny man.
I'm at Fort Bragg, right? This is a crazy story, but it's true. And we playing war games, right? So my man will know what I'm talking about. I'm on fire guard, right? So then we happened to go. Now this is in North Carolina. I didn't say New York. I didn't say Chicago. We in North Carolina. We go to the field. Man, they start sleeping. Easterner. Yeah, Sarge. You first up. First up for what? Fire guard. Man, they got me standing out here in this ice. Now, I live in South Florida for a reason. I don't do cold well. I don't do well 80. I need over 80. I don't do well under 80s. So
You better not ever come to Connecticut.
they got me standing.
You know that's right.
Out that joint. Look, they got me standing out that joint. I'm about to freeze. I said, you know what, man? My teeth start chattering. I'm looking at the back of the Jeep, right? The back of the Jeep. It's got a gas tank on the joint, right?
This dude. Oh,
man, I got
God.
that gas tank. Got me some wood together. Whew. I'm out there. I'm heating up for about 15 minutes. Here come the major, the first sergeant and the lieutenant colonel talking about, soldier, put that fire out. I said, Top, it's just a fire. He said, the enemy gonna see you. I'm like, enemy right now, nigga, you the enemy.
Did they kick you out?
Y'all talking
Did they
about
kick you out?
games.
Did they kick you out?
The military, man, I wouldn't
Shout out to
trade that
everybody in the
for
chat
nothing,
room.
but I wouldn't
You
do
the
it.
enemy.
That's why he ain't retired y'all there. That's why he ain't retired y'all
I wouldn't do it again for nothing either.
Right now, you the enemy.
Nah. Great experience, though.
Was you honorably discharged?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the most important thing, that you be able to use that DD 214. A lot of folks get kicked out. You know, they get kicked out for whatever reason. You know, I ain't saying that good or bad or indifference, but a lot of people get kicked out, you know.
But you know, I'm talking about way after us. You know, when we was in there, most of the guys that got kicked out, it was kind of legitimate.
Yeah, most of them was dope.
Either they was gangsters.
Because that's the truth.
Y'all know the movie American Gangster? That was actually my unit, my real unit.
Okay.
Yeah. Them some fools. And this what they don't tell y'all in the movie. They only went after Ike them, when the reality was, I'm gonna be brutally honest, without exaggeration. Top went to prison. 3 warrant officers I know went to prison. 1, 2, 3 more white guys got kicked out. Oh, listen, who posted went to prison, but because they was white, they gave them the option. Just get your ass out.
Right.
They gave him listen, they ain't even do him dirty. They gave him a general discharge. They didn't even give him a dishonor.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy, man. It was we had an armorer. Last name was Manning, from Colombia. See, a lot of Americans don't know this. They got a lot of foreigners in the American army. I ain't talking, listen to me. I'm not talking about like they came to America, got their citizenship. You feel me?
Right.
Joining our military is how they got their citizenship.
True. True. That's how a lot of them doing it.
Right. So, I mean, a lot of people don't know that. But yeah, man. But this dude from Colombia, I couldn't believe this. This dude was getting promoted. I go in the in the armor room with him and this other guy named Prieto. Both of them sergeants. These dudes doing lines of cocaine.
Kurt.
Yes.
Oh, that's horrible.
Right in the armor room now.
It goes on more often than you think, Sister Betsy.
That's horrible. Curtis, you ain't gonna believe this.
What's that?
The house next door.
Uh-huh.
They selling it.
The house next door.
I'm about to show you.
To the land.
I remember.
Look, they had to put it up as soon as we left. It's on sale right now. She came on there and asked us if we wanted to buy her house. Hell no. You know they put it up. They put it up, right? Is this truck on our land? Is this on our land? Kurt.
Wow.
Look at the truck.
Yep.
He's not supposed to be there.
Nope.
This is our land right here. All of this. It go all the way down. But this is where it's at in Clive, South Carolina. Highway 90.
Okay.
Go on down the highway, Betty, to my grandmama's
house. They are leaving.
Go. Hey, look.
I think Chief Herb ran them out.
You on Google Maps?
Yeah.
Was a pair of faces?
Go towards Bennettsville.
No. Everybody predominantly in this town is Negro.
Betty.
Okay.
No, I don't want to go there. I just did this really quick.
I'm gonna show you how close you are.
Oh, I don't want to do this. I've been out here 4 hours.
You right by my grandmama's house, girl.
I don't want to. Hey, Empress. I don't want to. I've been on here almost 4. I've been on here 4 hours.
Oh, 4 hours. 4 hours.
Hey, Theodore, I'm gonna show you how small this world is. Watch this. Ain't never seen Bethy a day in my life.
But I'm not from South Carolina.
But listen to this though.
My family is. Not
She
me.
got her family from South Carolina. You see the land she's showing y'all?
That's not my family's land. That's our tribal land.
Yeah, I'm saying that's where I'm from.
Clive or Dillon and all around there.
Ain't that so?
We stayed in Dillon.
Wow.
My family is from Dillon though. My family is from Dillon.
Let me tell you something. You see that area?
Their last name is Isaiah.
That whole area, right? It ain't more than 500 people.
Right. It's a very small town.
Okay. Damn, that is small.
Very small. Very small. I mean, but Dillon, you go shopping in Dillon, and we went. We had to drive so far to go to a Dunkin' Donuts.
Right there by North Carolina.
Yep.
It's 17 miles North Carolina.
Yep. Oh, you didn't get a notification?
2 hours
going live.
2 hours from Columbia.
Oh no, we got to get a Dunkin' Donuts on
50 minutes from the beach.
We need a Dunkin' Donuts on that strip.
Yeah, you forgot because the Dunkin' Donuts is big up in up north.
Oh my goodness, huge.
Krispy Kreme down here. Yeah, it's everywhere up there. Oh my God.
I can't.
Dunkin' Donuts ain't got no Krispy Kreme, man.
Hell no, they don't.
It ain't even.
I don't like their coffee.
When people say Dunkin', I think they talk about Michael Jordan or Dominique Wilkins or something. What are you talking about?
Crispy donuts. They donuts taste like honey buns. The old school honey buns.
What's going on in Blackwell, man?
Man, it's quiet, man. They doing a lot of changes out there in Blackwell. A lot of changes. They ain't like how it used to be when we was coming up.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, not even close.
Hey, you know Sean Pettiford?
That name sounds familiar, man. I'm more like a face person, but I can't almost hard for me to put names to faces. But I remember names.
Sean used to play ball.
Okay.
You know Little Billy?
Did he used to be down there?
Look, listen, Billy the Kid.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar too.
You know Coco Gamble from SWV?
I know you know Little Billy. Little Billy, 15 years old, gangster.
I mean, we had some of the badass dudes out there during that time.
Norfolk,
I mean,
Norfolk and Chesapeake.
They wanted to get little Billy life, but the judge told him if I could give your ass life, I would. He couldn't give, but what the guidelines said, because they couldn't catch his ass. They caught him for drugs, right? They caught little Billy for drugs. They wanted him for murders.
I don't know how anybody could live in Delaware. That's like nowhere.
Little Billy was at Petersburg, Butler.
Oh, over Halifax Street.
No, I say, I'm talking about the prison joint, the Fed joint. He got locked up in the Fed. You remember when they locked the whole flat? You remember when the Blackwell had a crew?
I know about them, bro. I used to run with all them boys back in the day, man. That was crazy out there, man.
Billy was 15, but Billy was the leader of Blackwell at 15. All them other dudes were 30, 35, 27, 22, 23. Billy was 15.
Boy, you is
we
really
had a lot of bad boys.
That accent.
Yeah, we had a lot of bad boys out there, man. I mean,
and you know what?
Truth got a heavy
good
Southern accent.
You know
Theodore,
how
all y'all got
this
Southern
is
accent.
crazy. This may sound
crazy.
This may sound crazy to some people.
Curtis, you
but this is a reality.
got a Southern accent too.
You know, a lot of time when people do bad, somebody go ahead and put the tail on the donkey and label them bad. And label them bad. Right? I don't know what Billy did in the past.
I know
but the dude I met in prison, Billy good dude, man. He really a good dude. You know, sometimes you can talk to people, and there's an old saying, they can justify their madness. But you got
what part of Virginia was Lou Billy in?
You feel me?
What part of Virginia was Lou Billy in?
Richmond. That one, Richmond was the number one murder capital of the damn world.
Yeah, y'all was
when I was coming up in Richmond.
Richmond?
Yeah.
You had the Bradley boys.
It cannot.
You had the Newtown gang.
It can't be worse
we
than
talking
Chicago.
about then. They was number one.
Sister Bethany, during that time when I was coming up as a kid.
Them in DC was back and forth.
Richmond was the number one murder capital of the world. I mean,
it can't
Sister
be.
Bethany.
Yeah,
over New
Sister Bethany, I promise you this. It ain't nothing to brag on.
I mean, no, I know it's not over New York.
Over New York, over Chicago, over California, over Atlanta, over Florida.
We're not talking about today. We talking about back in the
We
era.
talking about when I was a kid.
It was
in the
DC,
70s.
Richmond.
No. Like in the 80s, in the 80s, in the 80s and early 90s. In the 80s and early 90s.
No way. Are you serious?
Sister Bethany, you can pull it up. Richmond was the number one murder capital in the world when I was living out. Sister Bethany, it was so bad out there.
They were snatching people. Hell,
I mean,
it was nothing to get snatched.
I only can think of the ancestors that just kept me protected. Because I was always around all the bull. Always. It was only a very few people that could touch the four corners of Richmond. When I say four corners, I mean north side, south side, east end, west end. Sister Bethany, Chicago had nothing on Richmond during that time. And Richmond not that big.
Chicago was kind of cool then.
During that time, easy.
Chicago was kind of
cool. It was between DC and Richmond. And Richmond had more killings. Ain't nothing to brag on.
Get caught out neither
ain't nothing to brag on, but man, Sister Bethany, I'm trying to tell you, it was a war zone. We was out fighting every day in school.
I'm just freaking out because I know New York's crime in the late 80s and 90s was
baby
just
ain't touch Richmond, Virginia. You hear me?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what really happened. I'm not talking absolute, right? There's exceptions to every rule. But when you look at Richmond and DC, I'm gonna tell you why they had 2 reasons why they had more violence.
DC so small. You only in there for like 10 minutes.
Nah, that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Then you in Maryland.
You're right. And that's the thing to get you. But trust me, Sister Bethany, it was a war zone. You hear me?
When you look at 1978 first, right? You go back to 1978. Remember I was talking about that the other night? What happened in 78? Nixon's social reforms, they ended. So in 78, I could tell you the things that happened. The rent provision. Prior to that, nobody paid rent in none of them projects at all. Zero rent.
Pretty much.
They started making people pay rent based on income. And the amount of, it's kind of like with tax. Children would take amount off and all that too. Right? Stay with me. So that happened. Then Bellevue, St. East, Bull Street, whatever the other institutions' names are, the major mental institutions in America. In 78, they lost their funding. So what happened? The streets full of crazy people. Stay with me. 78. What else happened in 78?
In 78, as far as
I don't
political,
know, but I was a baby.
Political wise,
I don't know.
Base cocaine.
A lot of people in the 70s.
Base cocaine hit the streets. Now I'm gonna show you what
a lot of people in the 70s was on dope.
I'm gonna show you. No, but they was on heroin though. They brought the base cocaine
that was
out
the
in
70s, heroin
to the streets. It's always been in America for the people with a lot of money. I'm talking about the market to the entire public, to the streets. 78.
I don't understand how our soldiers came home in the 70s on heroin, hooked on
this
heroin.
This what nobody has never touched on or looked at. Now, my man from Richmond, so he'll understand. My man Curious, he of the age, so he gonna really understand. Bethy, you should really understand because you from Connecticut. Now watch this. Based on the facts I just gave y'all, let's use a little common sense without anybody saying anything else.
Abortions,
right? We got crazy people that are released to the streets, right?
Yep.
A small percentage of those people, a small percentage, are taken in by family members. Most of them were wards of the state. Right? Now, keep this in mind. We ain't gonna make nothing up. So you have to keep facts in mind. Mental institutions, they got all levels. They got woo, and then they got the guy who, he may appear a little normal and he snap out every now and then. You know what I mean?
Right.
Was that from LSD being
So just keep that in mind though. So now we got these dudes on the street, right? And conveniently, out of nowhere, comes help in the form of a bass rock. Because when you homeless, right, and you ain't got no help from the state, right, you need a way to make some money, right?
Yeah,
that's true. He's right. I know where you're going with it. I know where you're going with it, brother. Go ahead.
So stay with me. If you look at the drug dealers in this country, we talking from 78. We ain't even gonna worry about what happened prior to 78, right?
Hey, Allie, hold up one second. Eddie, I just won't want to get porn bombed. Eddie. Oh, okay. I ain't got to worry about it. Okay, I'll take it down.
Okay.
I learned from the last time.
Let's break it down.
You porn bombing, Eddie.
If we look at from 78 to 88, right? As in comparison,
it's Mississippi macho, man. Sister Beth,
etc. Right? We see a commonality, right? We see violence, we see drug dealing, right? But this is my point. if you look at the violence in the 80s, there's no justification or very little logic applied. You know why? Because the fucking drug dealers were fucking insane. They were the dudes coming out of the crazy house.
But what did they get insane from? Did they plug them up with medicine?
Hold on, Elizabeth. Now, you know, before I got locked up, I used to be one of the brothers that I used to teach adult education. Also, it was another brother that used to work in a prison with the youth, and he used to give me statistics. And I used to use them statistics, right? When I'm using adult education to try to help people stay out of prison, you know, showing them where I can direct them at career-wise, you know, and all this type shit, right? I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself, I'm like, if all these people is crazy, when I went to prison, I started seeing what I was talking about real life. I couldn't believe it. Even watch this, even on this internet, I see people who I know crazy. Now, I ain't gonna get nobody no crazy pan, not me, but I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know now. You play crazy with me, you're gonna have to pay for it. But I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
I'm just being real. I see people on this internet. That's like my man that was on here earlier, right? I was about to bless him with a little knowledge, right? When I asked him about his last name, he got fly out the mouth with me. Then come on this joke talk about peace. I don't want to cause no problems. I don't want to peace. I'm like, see, that's crazy. That's like the same girl that went off on you, Bethany. She went off on me yesterday. I'm coming to joke, shouting out everybody. Next thing I know, talking fly to me, and I didn't know who it was. So I was like, look at here, man. You got me twisted. I'm a grown man. You already know what you want me to, all the other. I'm a woman. Look, you better get your hub because I don't discriminate.
Oh my God!
You think I'm bullshit? Listen, I'm the dude that would tell you I would knock a woman ass out. If the I would knock a kid out. I would knock anything out if that's what that
allegedly
situation called for.
Is that the way they trained you in the army?
No, listen. Let me tell you something. That's reality. You mean to tell me? Your ass go down the neighborhood, little 10-year-old pull up on your ass with a gun. And you got a piece. You ain't gonna blow his damn head out, man. Shit, I'll smoke his ass and the whole thing. You got me twisted. I like living for real. I ain't got a suicidal bone in my body, not one.
You gotta have some kind of mental justification
for
that,
do.
though.
That's why I'm in good health.
You gonna say you shell shocked?
Anybody talking about hurting this? No.
What I'm saying, you gonna say you shell shocked from the service?
No, ain't no shell shock. I'm a grown man. I'm 58 years old. I'm not gonna sit on this internet, play with these crazy ass internet sensations trying to get a like and a follow shit. And then they sitting there talking that shit and don't know what the hell they talking about they gangsters and gang members. Nigga, you don't know who you talking to.
But you a serviceman, you can't hit civilians.
Listen, let me tell you something. I was trained well at Fort Lewis and with you understand what I'm talking about? Let me tell you.
I thought you're supposed to honor the citizens if they're civilians.
Yeah, the honorable ones. One thing about me, you would never hear me say an absolute us or we.
I don't speak French.
Right? See, I understand what white on white crime is. I understand what Asian on Asian crime is. I understand what black on black crime is. So you know why? I got a family. See, y'all be on some bullshit. Y'all be on some, I'm going to end that. I'm going to make family friends. And we'll never fall out. And everything going to be everything. And I live in a real world. I got a real family, a big old family. Do you
look
know,
like,
in my family, there was 10 kids, and all 10 kids had 10 kids that gave them 99 first cousins. Real talk. It was 10 kids. All of them had 10 kids. That gave each kid 99 first cousins. So I had enough family members to watch from. Through the whole town, everybody kin. I'm watching everybody. They pieces of shit. My grandmama done told me they pieces of shit. My grandmama done told me keep your ass away from pieces of shit like them. Didn't y'all have the same goddamn conversation? Don't sit up here and act like you ain't had the same conversation. She was not.
No, I ain't hating on you, bro. You keep it in the book.
Hold on. This was not the white man conversation.
Yeah, oh God, my first cousins, them and all that.
We. Us. No, you got to define your we. You got to define your us. You mess around and get in a car with some niggas and you come home, you won't have nothing. Be done disrespecting your wife, trying to holler at her, be done trying to make love to your daughter.
Oh,
the gay boy, be done trying to son. Man, please. I live in a real world.
Yeah, your world real, my brother. Cause the nigga trying to holler at my door, the nigga family not, I'll kill your ass.
You feel me?
My goodness.
And you post to, true.
Yeah, oh God, real shit. But I mean, I just said like, you know, I ain't deal with that in my family. I know some people who have, you know, it's not a funny matter because that type of shit do happen.
See, that's what
you
happens.
Feel me?
We live.
And that shit fuck with motherfuckers psychologically, and you know that person going through issues throughout their whole life, and niggas will never understand because they got them dark secrets in the closet and shit.
You know, that's what happens, truth, when we live in what they call a diverse culture. You got to go out in public, right? Or send your kids out in public based on your standards, right? That nigga's a creep. All right?
Damn right, that nigga a creep.
Yeah, that nigga may think he really all right. You ever see, you know how you done pulled up on a lane doing some lame before, or he was saying some lame shit, and he was like, what, dog? See, that's that mental thing we talking about from 7 8. The reality is, and anybody that's ever been in jail know this, them sick people I'm talking about who got that drug money, they dropped a lot of babies in America, man. This is a reality. They dropped a lot of babies in America, man. You take that genetic trait, compound it with the now for a lot of them who also had the addiction issues.
True. You right, brother. You right.
Right. Now you got another generation that the news, listen to me, the news is only worried about the crack issue. They don't state nothing about who the drug dealers were, what their mental conditions were, and how many offsprings is out here.
That's true too.
I know how many they had. Piece of shit ass nigga, he got 9 kids bragging on it, they never took care of them.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. He ain't lying. He not lying.
Nigga, you ain't believe it. I got 30.
You not lying.
Well, OG, look at it from hold on 1 second.
Kids across the board, though.
OG, look at it from this perspective, right? Like I always tell people, the shit that's going on in neighborhoods is a reactive response, right? Because you got about like 15 to 20% of these crazy motherfuckers he talking about, right? Then you got about out of that
it might be a
15.
little bit more.
I mean, you know, I'm just speaking on from what I'm speaking on from what I seen where I'm from, right? It might be different in other areas. But one thing that I noticed though, out of everybody that was in the mix of that, 70 to 80% of them brothers are not the person who they truly are. That's not them. What's happening is that they are in an environment where these 15 to 20% motherfuckers, 15 to 20% motherfuckers is allowed to run rapid and bring fear and destruction to the neighborhood. So now you got a reactionary thing going on with other brothers that's like, yeah, I'm not like that, but man, fuck that nigga, I ain't going. I'm gonna get on what time he on. And now over time, that shit consume you and you become the very thing that you ain't in order to survive. Like even with the drug and the thing, I look at that as a sign of I look at that as a downfall opportunity, right? Where you know motherfuckers will tell you like go get a job and yada 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 and all that. But a lot of these jobs, these people is working, they're working just to make enough to be broke.
Right, exactly.
And a lot of motherfuckers don't like being broke. So they took advantage of an opportunity, even though knowing that it was wrong.
Risky.
But they're looking at it like, you know, what else am I supposed to do? Because this other way make me feel like a slave. Because now I'm working just to be broke. And they like, nah, I don't want that. Because like it's not saying what they did was right or whatever, you feel me? I just understand the parameters and what's going on why someone would choose to do that instead of another route. You feel me? And it don't make nothing right because I ain't gonna lie, I got brothers, man. You know, man, they locked up and you know they did some things, and I know they not really like that. But I know I understand, even in the wrong, I understand why they did what they did because I come from that.
Except you got
And
10
they never
goddamn kids
and
they're
they never
25.
well, I got a
What you
homie.
gonna do?
I got a homie that got fucking 15 kids. He take care of every one of them.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this: when you got that many kids, 25 years old, bro, you know your mindset ain't thinking about working at McDonald's or working at a convenience store or
That ain't
gas
enough money.
station or that. Right? Exactly.
Hey,
But you know, back in the
talking about did y'all hear when Ross was talking about this here about accountability and stuff like that? The other day, the same thing we talking about right now, he brought it up the other day. That's when we was talking about how peer pressure, right? You know how you just said how you know them, you know they ain't like that.
yeah, they just got caught up in the circumstances.
Like I was saying about Billy, I say I know he a good dude.
Yeah, right.
See, this go back to kind of like I'm saying about we us. Watch this. Somebody, I'm gonna use you for example, Truth. Let's say I know your grandparents, right? Your parents and everything. So Truth, I know how you was raised. You feel me? And let's say one day, I overhear a conversation. The conversation is they talking real bad about you. And they talking bad about you because the accident that's happened that got you locked up. Right? So when you know people real character, right? You base it on the upbringing and their behaviors most of the time. Right? So my point is, in a situation like that, we as a people, when you look around our communities, and the situation isn't always criminal. It could be a 12-year-old genius, right? Some kind of way we have misdirected our energies to where the support is not given where it should be, and we give love and support to people who don't even show gratitude. You know, you got people on the internet that their whole page is about hit the cash app, hit the likes. And then they even got videos talking trash to people who don't hit the cash app and hit the likes. So some of the stuff I see in today's world is just amazing, man. So
Well, you're looking at it on the internet perspective, you know.
We gotta find a way collectively to get people's minds together.
Yeah, I don't really deal with like the internet perspective too much. You feel me? Because I mean, other than like real conversations, all the other stuff outside that, I don't believe none of that. That shit fake to me.
Yeah,
because,
they got these people crazy, man.
Yeah, you feel me? Because if you was really like that, you wouldn't be on the internet like that. Because you know what come along with that. But you know, I like to deal with real people. I just put myself out there, right? All bullshit aside, my mama still got these trophies, these awards I received from 6th grade up into freshman year before I got locked up. You feel me? I'm talking about I was top ranking in mathematics, science, literature.
You know, me and you
spelling, everything.
Like,
yeah, you know, I had all that, but my mama worked 12 hours a day.
And see,
I had idle time to be outside.
I don't mean to cut you off. If I recall correct, right? Because I want you to build on this for somebody that might be listening. If I could recall correct, right? Didn't you tell me that you were one of the young men who, like you just said, you were on the right path, and you said that you can't come up with excuses like a lot of people have?
No, it was a choice.
That's right. Build on that.
But look at the circumstances of my choices, though, right?
Yeah, just build on.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in an area where you getting shot at just because you stayed on the block. You might not be in the mix of none of that. I got tired of that shit. It's like, what am I gonna do? You feel me? I gotta defend myself. My mama used to leave work early, been in blocks, searching for me and shit. I mean, I'm running, jumping gangways, hurry up, running to the house, lying to her like I've been in the house the whole time, even though she already been to the damn house and shit and everything. You feel me? Mm-hmm. And it was what it was. Like, it's not because my mama was a bad parent. My mama don't agree with nothing that I did. And there's still things I do today that she don't agree with. Like, I smoke a little weed, not really as much as I used to. She don't approve of that shit. I don't drink no more, but when I did, she didn't approve of that shit. You feel me? The shit I was doing out there in the streets and stuff like that, she didn't approve of none of that shit.
That's right.
And she tried the hardest to find excuses for why I was doing it. And I just had to tell her, I'm like, man, look, ain't no excuses. At the end of the day, I did that. I gotta accept that shit. You feel me? But it's so easy to get dragged back into that shit because, like I say, when I came home with being gone for so long, I said I'd never go back. And after being home for like 6 months to a year, I find myself little by little by little by little falling back into the same trap. It's almost like you gotta stay in your fucking house 24/7 to avoid. I mean, well, I'm 40 now. Ain't nobody. We passed. Okay. We passed that shit.
Yeah, okay.
You feel me? But
I was about to come get you, boy.
No, we passed that shit. That's back in the day. But it's crazy that I did that amount of time as a kid, and I came home, and I went to school. I had to. I got a job because I had to. I was still doing good in school. I graduated. I went into college. Everything. I was still going to this. I was still going.
Did you have kids when you came home?
No.
Okay. So
I went in before I could even think about having kids.
Okay. All right.
You feel me? Okay. So, I found myself falling back into it as soon as I got off papers. Mm-hmm. Literally 3 months later, fuck my mama house. I got fucking 100 police cars outside of my grandma's house running in her shit with a warrant on some shit a motherfucker lied on me about because they got caught with some shit.
Right.
And then
Hey, Truth, let me ask you a question on that point. even though it was on a lot. Listen to me now. Even though it was on a lot, it was the association you had with the other person that allowed them to lie. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it definitely was.
Okay, so just on that alone, today, looking back, how do you feel emotionally towards your grandmother now?
I mean, the same way I felt when that shit happened. You know, my grandma told me I could still stay there, and I told her like, no, I couldn't look you in. I told her straight up. I came over there and cleaned up the house and everything. And you know, from what they destroyed, and I just told her straight up, like, man, I disrespected your house. I don't feel comfortable being in here knowing that I'm the reason why they ran up in your house like that. And you know, and she told me I could still stay. Deep down inside, I knew I couldn't. And on top of that, I was being like, I got chased out of Chicago, to keep it a buck then. Like, I didn't go to Southern Illinois University because I wanted to. I went because there was nowhere else for me to go other than Mississippi or Michigan in the country. And I didn't want to go there. So I went away to school. I transferred away to school because I was getting harassed. I ran to the west side. I hid out at my auntie house. They eventually found me up over there and started harassing me. I couldn't come back really to my grandma's house without getting harassed. I'm talking about these motherfuckers posting up across the street just to fuck with me every motherfucking day. So I left. But even in the mix of all of that, being locked up and that situation that happened was the best thing that can happen to me because it got me out of my comfort zone. A lot of motherfuckers don't like being uncomfortable, but you accomplish the most when you the most uncomfortable. When you try to stay in that comfortable state, even when you're uncomfortable with yourself, you got to take yourself out your comfort zone, man. And that's what's really going to make or break you. The difference is it made me, it didn't break me. And the thing is, it's like, it's not because I was a bad kid or nothing like that, because it was just the circumstances of the environment that I was in. And it's a lot of young brothers and young sisters that is going through that. But now it's amplified because it's being fucking idolized. It's being idolized and shit. You feel me? Y'all funny as hell. Hell no. But you,
oh, he look like who? Ollie, that's unique from Raising Canaan.
Something better, you need to stop.
He just got to shave his head off. You look just like him.
Need to stop.
He do look like unique. I think he look like unique from Raising Canaan.
I gotta say,
y'all funny
as hell, man. Y'all funny as hell.
What? You look like you. Look at him.
Yeah.
Oh man, y'all been tripping on this panel today, man. Y'all been tripping. Ooh-wee.
Hey Eddie,
we getting sleepy now. That's why.
Hey, get Eddie the mic, Betty.
But you know, man.
Oh, Eddie. Hey, Troop. Let Eddie.
Oh, my bad.
Maybe sit for a minute.
See what Eddie got for
then you get it right back.
I think he's young.
Eddie.
I kind of want the young dudes.
I'm still here.
What's up, Eddie? You got the mic, Eddie?
I think he was working. That's why he turned off his camera and stuff from when I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was working when I saw him too.
Yeah, he was working.
Oh, my bad.
Hey, Rue, where you at? Hey, Rue.
But you know, just to end it on this right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to criticize anybody. That's the most easiest thing you can do. And the main problem is that, and that's why I don't like that. It's a statement that I hear, and it's not saying I'm not saying let a motherfucker hold you back. No, move on. But I don't believe in leaving nobody behind, because one thing that I know is that it was a motherfucker that was a step above me, and instead of turning around looking down on me, he took a step down to help me step up. You feel me? Right. And that's everybody. Right. Nobody was in the mindset that they at right now without someone, instead of turning around and looking down on you, that motherfucker step down and help you step up. So what do I look like turning around, looking down on the next motherfucker, knowing that I was once where they was at? Like, nah, I'm gonna step down and try to help you up, but I'm not gonna stay. But even if I have to step back up in order to progress to take a next step, I'm still not gonna look down on you. I'm gonna be praying and hoping that eventually you take whatever I gave you, and hopefully somebody else maybe can come related to you better to help you elevate and step up. We got to stop looking down on people. We got to start stepping down. You know, everybody like, I'm not going to scoop down to your level. No, I am.
Facts.
Guess why? Because
Facts.
where the fuck I'm at, me trying to kick it to you what's this on the step that I'm on, you're not going to grasp it. So I got to step down to your level in order to be able to relay it to you in a way that you can understand. I'm not going to stay, but I'm not going to look down on it.
Facts.
Unless you try to fucking judge me. Not because I don't believe in judging nobody. But nigga, the moment you judge me, all that shit is out the window, nigga. You feel me? Point blank.
Fair game. Yeah, fair game, man.
Now it's God's will. I did everything that I feel is right, and you tried to shit on me about it. So now I'm gonna show you I shit like an elephant, nigga. Big shit. You feel me? But I try to stay away from that shit.
What is going on?
That man's like an elephant.
Y'all like that analogy. Y'all like that
analogy. He gonna
analogy.
dump on it. Yeah. He been splash all on the
Hey, curious.
Man, y'all crazy as fuck, man.
Curious, what's happening? Oh, shit. Quiet. Bill, go ahead and talk to
Bro, I'm sitting here. I'm listening to you, brothers, man. I'm eating. I made me some. I got some fried cabbage, some steamed broccoli, and a vegan, plant-based burger. So I'm happy. I'm sitting here listening to you.
Hey, curious.
Yes, sir.
To be honest with you, I wasn't trying to hear you. I wasn't trying to hear you say nothing.
Okay, well then I'll shut my damn mouth. It's easy. I shut my mouth. Hey, it's okay.
I want you to blow that sax. I was trying to get a tune out of you.
Bro, one day when I come down to powwow, you come to powwow, I'll bring my sax and I'll show you.
That's what's happening.
Hey, but I'm finna jump down because I got some things to do. But I just want to leave this message.
Hold up, I got something for you, Truth.
Yes, ma'am.
You gonna show him the elephant? You gonna show him the elephant? You gonna show him the elephant?
I'm gonna be the elephant in the room.
I'm coming.
So the elephant.
Oh my goodness, man, y'all funny as hell.
Y'all had me out here for 5 hours. I'm doing every one of y'all. I'm doing every one of y'all before I go off.
That is funny.
Here we go. I'm coming, saving it now. I'm about to upload
it. Big shit.
That's what he gonna say too. Big shit.
There we go.
That's funny.
I'm coming down. Hold up, I gotta upload it. I'm doing every one of y'all just for keeping me on here for 5 hours.
Oh my God, y'all been fun as hell, man. That was up.
The most important thing is that we all know that our people are waking up, and that's the most important thing.
Not the brown man. Shit, that mother people got. Hey, took the method.
You know you Chris.
Chris Brown.
The singing and smoking square nigga, yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, he from Carolina County in Virginia.
Yeah, he Accomack, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He said it on the interview.
Yeah, he is.
He know who he is.
I know a lot of his family.
Oh, he's from Virginia.
Yeah, he's from the Carolinas.
He stayed about what? He stayed about 15, 20 minutes away from Richmond in Carolina County.
Wow. Oh wow.
Yeah, and he was in the interview and he let them know who he was and shit. His auntie is their genealogist and shit. And,
I mean, they got a lot of history out there in Carolina County.
You gotta let your wife see this, fall out.
Yeah.
You gotta have the white feet, she gonna fall out.
Nah, I ain't even at home right now. That's her favorite artist too. That's crazy.
Oh, that's probably why she got you. That's probably why she with you.
Yo, that's crazy. I'm gonna pull this up on
look like
YouTube and
Chris
show her.
Brown.
I'm gonna show her that shit. I'm pull it up on YouTube and let her see it.
That's funny.
But
oh man, that's too funny.
But nah, man, I just want to leave with these words right here, right? Like, even I done had disagreements with people on here, but I never hold a grudge. And that's the one thing that I would pass on to everybody. Like, man, never hold a grudge in the midst of disagreements. You feel me?
Yeah.
Because you can fuck around and lose a person that's actually really genuine just because of disagreements and understanding the hostility level that it come to on the internet because of being used to dealing with certain people's on this internet, that the moment that you hear something, it automatically trigger you back to the state of the encounters you done had with what Ali Baba Haru speak of, the crazies. You feel me? So, man, never hold a grudge, never look down, and just understand in the moment that you think that somebody's stupid, remember, man, somebody had to step down and help your stupid ass up too. That's for all of us, bro. You feel me? Myself, like I have to catch myself, like, hey, nigga, you was stupid as fuck. Like, you gotta understand, like, I grew up knowing who I was from a child. But even in the midst of even in the mix of that, I was indoctrinated myself at one point too. That so I gotta remember that and stay humble. And just, one thing about being enlightened within yourself is the first rule of coming within yourself is that you got to understand is never judge no one. The moment you start judging, that's the moment you realize you're not fully enlightened as you think you are, because you're judging now. That's it.
Right.
But man,
humility got to take place. That's true.
That's a fact. But man, peace to y'all, man. Shout out Sister Betty for this fire build. Shout out to the brothers, man. It's good building with y'all, man.
Shout out to you, brother. No doubt.
That's right.
Yeah.
Get that elephant thing on, man.
Yeah, man.
It's a scene on Babylon, man. It's a scene on Babylon when they got the elephant shitting on somebody, man. That was the first fucking thing that I thought of. I mean, it's like 15 minutes into the movie, man. That shit is funny as hell. Like, what the hell?
That's crazy.
Wow.
Man, y'all be safe out here, man. Peace to y'all and y'all family, man. Much love, man.
Everybody,
much love and respect across
Peace to you, brother.
I'm about to put new growth up here. You next. I'm doing you right now. I already got him. I'm about to upload you, new growth.
All right.
I'm about to upload you right now.
My God.
Family, it's comedy in my family, man.
She gonna have growth under a palm tree.
Man, I come from laughter, though. I come from laughter, man.
Now here in LA, now you got to remember, you got to reflect LA.
Hey, I tell you, man, I come from laughter, though, man. We come for the jokes.
Okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother. You gotta have a lot of that.
Got to keep that laughter, man. That keep us balanced, man.
You know that old saying, you gotta blow that shit out.
I'm about to pull
real talk.
You ready, new growth?
Go ahead. Go ahead, sister.
Oh, got brother Alabama in the house.
Shave my head.
What's up, bro?
Shave my head and show your muscles and stuff. Because you ready to go with Pookie and Ray Ray. So here you go.
Don't be talking about Pookie and on everything. You know, I be getting teased by that shit, man. Why you gonna do me like?
How I know that?
Especially when I put on my trench coat and go out at night. Oh man, they think I'm
when you do your push-ups, you gonna show your new.
The damn day walker.
Man, they called me Blade on the real, the day walker.
Yeah, Blade, the day walker.
Oh man, that's funny.
That was a good one.
Go ahead while I get
oh my God.
I'm about to get Theodore now. I'm getting all my God before I leave here.
Yeah, so wrong, man. So wrong.
Hey, Theodore, you look like my man from the Cliffs, man. That's your cousin.
Who is that?
what's the name of that rap group? The Cliffs, or what their name is, the Clips or something. What their
I don't
name
know.
is? The boys from
I don't know what
Virginia.
you talking about, bro.
The ones from
Oh.
Virginia. What's the name of the rap group from Virginia? It's Clips or something. Clips.
Oh, the Clips you talking about? I know what you talking about, bro. Damn.
You know
I don't listen to no motherfucking rap. I ain't listen to rap so motherfucking long, dog. It don't make no damn sense.
Me either. That's what I'm saying.
I don't keep up with none of that shit no more, man. I don't know who that.
Bro, don't feel no favor, my man.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that, bro. No
I'm trying to think of a dude from Virginia. He was on too, man. He was burning back in the.
He was like that. You know, what's the song? And you know, what's the song you made? I don't know, man. I ain't big on hip hop, but
if it ain't Grover, if it ain't Grover, if it ain't Richard Elliott or Kenny G or somebody like that, bro, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but man,
right. You keep it mellow.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking
man
about.
came out when Timberland and Missy and all them came out. Him and his partner, they was a group.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And then he still like one of them anyway. Still like be in the headlines all the time.
Damn, what's the dude now?
Him and Drake was just battling. You remember?
Let me see somebody in the chat name. Real Missy. No, Pusha T. Yeah, he talking about Pusha T.
Yeah, Pusha T. That's his name. Yeah. That's his name.
Who the hell is that?
But what's the group though?
Man, I heard of it, but I ain't.
The Clips.
Yeah, I heard of it.
Wait a minute. Somebody said it in the chat.
Pusha T. What the? Pusha T? Is that the?
Yeah, that's the name, Pusha T.
Yeah, I'd heard that before. I'd heard that name before. Yeah.
Yeah,
you never seen him, brother.
He went grinding.
You look like Pusha T, cousin. On his, at least on your mama's side, from a third cousin that lived in Chicago that used to visit in June.
That Negro.
You don't be talking some bullshit.
He needs some help, man. He done took his medicine.
Hey, look, them old timers shit like that when you walk in the door. They be like, "That's true. Look at him. Look at that boy there. Who he look like? Don't he look like John Cousin that used to be in the army from Alabama that married Neeson that had the 4 children?"
Man, that's oh heck no, man.
Oh damn.
Heck no, man. No.
Oh my goodness.
What you got?
We all related.
What's happening, man?
Oh, nothing, man. I'm sitting here chilling. That's it. I ain't got too much up. I'm trying to build a wall for a customer. I'm doing a custom hidden
Boy, you need to come down here and get some of this money, boy.
Man,
you custom work too? Okay, I can do that stuff too, bro.
Hey man, listen.
Cabinets, bar tables.
Yeah.
All that stuff. Yeah.
So this lady, she hired me to build I enclosed her formal, like small living room.
Man, you need to come down here, boy. I'm trying to tell you now.
And then, I mean, I know it's money to be made. I ain't got to go that far to get it, though. Hey, I ain't got to go down that far to get it. It's right here. It's right here in Ohio. I ain't got to go too far to get it, you know?
You just stop. You just stop.
A lot of Ohio, they real money down here where I'm at.
Right.
Oh, my damn. You just stop.
Yeah,
you need to stop.
Ohio, Illinois, Kentucky, you know, they real homes down here. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, they put them together quick up here, but at the end of the day, people always want to do something, you know, to update their stuff or make it more.
Ain't nobody having no crazy. I meant to ask y'all that.
Right.
Where everybody at? Ain't nobody having no crazy weather, is there, man?
It's 41 degrees here.
Man.
It's beautiful.
It's been weird, man.
It's beautiful out here,
man. I mean,
don't say nothing to me about California, bro. It's too hot. It's nice out, man. I used to be stationed in San Diego, man. I lived 10 years in San Diego.
I mean, I thought they had some damn fires out there not too long ago out there in California.
That's the media hyping that shit up, man.
Yeah,
I kind of figured it.
It's beautiful all the way to the beach.
Yeah,
all the way beach, all the way to my house. 15 minutes
What part
away.
of California you at, bro?
LA.
Yeah, I was stationed down in
I'm right close to the 105 and the 110 and the 405. All that interchange. I'm by the LAX. I'm by the
right. I know what you're talking about. I used to
all
be
in
like
that
I say.
man. It's
I used to
congested with
run
that
up
new
there to
stadium.
Long Beach. I used to run up there to Long Beach back in the day when I was younger. Go to the Long Beach Naval Yard, and then we would go to San Bernardino and kick it out there in San Bernardino, drive to the little clubs that was out that way, man, a long time ago, man.
Ain't nothing like cruising on that highway when you were youngin', man.
I know, man. I used to drive back and forth from San Diego to Ohio all the time, man.
Well, one thing about a young soldier will drive across the nation in a heartbeat.
I know. Pick you up. Going to Ohio. I used to
How
tell
about
my
delivering a
partners,
baby?
Huh?
How about delivering a baby?
Delivering a baby.
In a heartbeat? Ain't no young person trying to deliver no baby, bro.
Man, no,
hey, we gonna have to. I'm getting ready to do it.
You doing it?
I mean, hey, bro, kudos to you, bro. Respect.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. When I was in there when my daughter was born, man, let me tell you something, man.
Boy, you need to stop.
That's going too far.
I was expecting you to get heavy D or somebody like that, man.
That's the point right there.
I wish I did have that good cabbage like that.
That's Miguel. How you gonna get Miguel? That's Miguel.
That's terrible.
Oh my God.
That's terrible.
You gonna give us Miguel?
I thought you was gonna at least put up a heavy D or somebody, you know.
Yeah.
You ain't heavy.
I know, but I used to be like big as heavy D, you know.
Well, I didn't know you did. All right, right now I see
Who is that El DeBarge nigga? Mayday, Mayday. It's the 1st of May. Who the hell is that El DeBarge?
Man, El DeBarge. Mayday on the front line.
Terrible.
Oh man.
What you say, Alabama?
I wish I did have that good cabbage like that, boy.
Yeah. I tried to told you, but you just ain't heard me.
Huh?
I'm gonna do me.
Alabama, what you got for us tonight, man?
Sister Bethany ran through all of us.
What you say about the new growth? What you say about having a baby?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get into delivering the babies, man, because can't trust the hospitals.
You right, man.
I mean, real talk. Respect to you, brother.
Is this your first? If this is your first, congratulations to you. But I think if you haven't seen Aftershock, Hulu documentary, you really do. No, seriously. Because if you have not seen Aftershock, and the need for doulas is extreme, it's a priority. Mayday. This is the 1st of May. We're being exterminated. We have to. I understand. There's times that we can laugh, we can cry, but this is a serious situation here, especially this young man. If you're having your first child come, do you already know, or do you want to go back to the old school and let it be a birth and a surprise to find out the sex of your child? Getting back to us culturally, and I've said this in different ways, but until our story is told, history will not be known. His Tory is what's ruling today. His Tory, not story. You need to, like Chief Holiday, Chief Morning Thunder said, you need to know who the Tory is. The Tories, the loyalist party of the crown, the ones who came over here and deceived people to say there was a rebellion, a colony, an uprising against the monarchy, and then they went and instituted their version. Right? I mean, what are we operating under? We call it a CEO, but they even stole the title chief and put it in that chief executive order. Then they go around and treat people like a king. Do they not? What do we have over here? We don't have a monarchy. They call it what? An oligarchy. We have a white supremacist, an actual African American. This white bastard, Elon Musk, is about to put serious rule and put it on front page, not just buying Twitter. They're circulating a rumor. He's attempting to figure out how to buy ABC News and put Tucker Carlson as the anchor. Now, that might be a conspiracy theory statement that I made, but is there anything that's stopping them doing what it is they do?
No.
Nothing. Because we too busy trying to figure out who the fuck we are.
Arguing over what's in the name. And every time our name is changed, we argue about that.
Yep.
American! I think those who may have listened to me understand exactly why I hollered that. We got struck, Chief, morning, thunder. We rained down them arrows. What did these bastards do? When we declared ourselves American and we showed them how we roll, didn't they strike it? So the image of us rejecting and expelling these motherfuckers, they said, oh, hell no. Okay, it's time to get serious.
You right, brother.
I like a joke. I like to dance. I like to get wild and loose and all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, my babies, my grandbabies, my potential great grandbabies, they don't have a future.
Alabama.
Negro, is that the brother said he's about to give birth? I mean, I'm sorry. Your better half is about to give birth. Tell us about it, Negro. Tell us about it, Negro.
Hey, Alabama, what you think
It's
about
a process.
what you think about the so-called rollout of AI and the forecast of the amount of did you see they said what was the number? 15 million.
Okay, there are two approaches to this. First of all, how many times have you talked to Alexis or Siri? Have any of you Negroes got an Apple product, which I have refused to even deal with interacting? What J. Anthony Brown used to refer to as the turtleneck pimp. I mean, he's still pulling paper from the grave. So how many times and how many billions of entries have people spoke over Alexis and Siri? Since the 21st century, that's 23 years. How much conversation, likes, preferences, sales, screaming, hollering, even listening to you having sex in the background, how much has been compiled by Siri and Alexa?
A lot.
That same white South African Deutsch bastard that I just talked about. Any of you on this panel familiar with Neuralink? Another one of his projects and potential companies. Anyone here familiar with Neuralink?
Yep, almost got me and said I almost, man. I heard you cut that shit.
And what's the intention? The intention is to actually tap the neurons of the human brain.
But wait, you don't think it was cool for Elon to buy Twitter?
I really do. You think I give a damn about what any of these white bastards buy or do when it's to our demise? I'm answering the question he posed about AI. And ironically, there is a king AI in the Old Testament. Sometimes Google it. Look up the scripture, what references King AI. But again, I'm asking, do you know what Neuralink's intentions are by the same white South African American?
No.
No, I don't.
It is to tap the neurons of an actual human's brain.
Oh, gosh.
So you compile with what Siri, Alexa, and the driving cars and the flying drones. And I'll tell you, if you have not seen the movie Transcendence with Johnny Depp or Lucy with Scarlett Johansson or Ghost in the Shell, again, another movie by Scarlett Johansson.
Ghost in the
Check
what?
those out. Ghost in the Shell and Lucy. Lucy is even deeper depending on how you approach it. The Matrix is still going to stand up there as preeminent, but Lucy, the actual
I think
narrative was about tapping 100% of the human brain's potential. And guess what triggered it in the storyline? A synthetic version of the human growth hormone created by a pregnant woman.
Oh, boy.
See, right there, man.
Horrible.
This is how the narratives in Hollyweird are telling you predictive programming in your face. But because in some cases in this generation we're so dumbed down or we're so narcotized, and I'm not just talking about smoking, drinking, taking drugs, overeating, over-sexualized. You know, a lot of the things that we're doing is just numbing out our experience as people. So we're becoming desensitized.
You're right.
And then we're not even receiving information in a certain fashion so that we can be discerning and be decoding what's being done. The problem is everything that's being said is actually talking about us, though we're never actually prioritized. Isn't that ironic? When you hear in the news the reporting, the only images they show is us as a supposed criminal, mugshots, you know, those type of things, etc. But when all the quote unquote important things are discussed, never is there a melanated person showing any, what they like the word gravitas, or a leading expert, or like those idiots in the Pan-Boo-Boo community love to throw around the word scholarship, but we're never considered to be scholarly. You feel me? But all of the scholarship, all of the research, all of the evidence is them trying to study how the fuck and take us apart bit by bit through the Negro Project and eugenics. Nothing has changed since 1920s. This is a century of it, a century of it. And I'll land my plane on this. Tell me how they have learned to extract melanin and they buy placentas and extract the umbilical cord. I'm circling back to you, Negro. If this is your first child, kind of share with us where things are and when is the expected due date.
All right. Right now, there's an issue with that placenta after we're supposed to give birth. They asking for that, and also they trying to inject all kind of, you know, they trying to jab my girl up with all saying she need this, you know, putting that fear on her. So but the expected date is June, late June. So I ain't got that much time. I'm really looking into doing this birth thing at home.
Right.
You know, in California, which is, I know they.
Oh, bruh, you got a battle on
that's
your
like,
hand.
you know, I'm gonna have to probably go down south. So I'm touching bases with family as well down south. I might have to go down south to do the, you know, to have my baby.
Right.
But it is war.
So let me ask you this question. So have you asked the doctor about the placenta? Why do you want the placenta? Have you asked that question? You know why they want it, but I would what I would do if I'm you, I would ask, why do you want this placenta?
Mm-hmm. Man, the white lady that asked for it, she was acting real sweet, man. She scared the shit out of me. I Harriet ran up out that hospital.
Because
everything they were saying was
because they turn around and sell that shit they sell.
Because see, that's the processor. See, that placenta supposed to naturally supposed to fall off on its own.
Right.
Naturally. Because that's where the child gets all the information.
Download. That's what I was telling Sister Beth.
It's a download, right? That's what that does. It's like it's a download.
So you want to keep, as long as you can, you want to keep that umbilical cord tied to your wife and your child as long as you can before you sever that connection. That's fact.
I've been educating her about that, about the whole process of healing. That right there, the umbilical cord, which is she knows about it, she understands it, and she like, no, they can't have nothing.
And if they want it, you tell you. I would say if you want this, then this is the charge for it, because they turn around and sell it. This is where they be extracting the melanin and all the what's the cells, the new growth cells when you first.
Well, not only the stem cells.
That's it.
They take the core blood out of the umbilical cord. And they are already, which most of us don't understand, just use the example of Henrietta Lacks. The entire anti-aging cosmetic industry is off of stem cell research and human fetal tissue.
That's it. That's it.
Yep. All your medical research. Yep, you're right.
Google search and see how much it costs for a placenta. What is, I know you can do a Google search.
Bro, you're gonna go and bring up Stop the Genocide when you Google that, Negro. They are selling fetal brains for $3,500.
Man, that's a shame, man. That's a shame. That's why they want it, so they can. If they sell it 4 or 5 times.
Alabama. How many young ladies you think around the well, let's just say the United States for right now? I'm aware that they just gave a lot of states the power to change the abortion laws. So how do you think that's going to come into play with AI being introduced, the abortion laws, as well as the demand for these parts?
Now, we as men, to be honest with you, we shouldn't be speaking on it at all. But for our women, they have to wake the fuck up. They need to roll up on every Planned Parenthood, free abortion clinic, even the damn county and city and state agencies that supposedly provide health care. They need to be rolling up on these people. Oh, one other thing, Negro, before I forget. You know what a doula is, right? DOULA. There should be a national organization. I think it's the American Doula Association or something like that. You might want to research that, and wherever it is that you're traveling, to family in the South,
I hear you.
reach out to a doula that's local.
Okay.
I'm sure it's not too late now, but since we're only talking about 2 months, you might want to at least get someone lined up.
8 weeks. 8 weeks, man.
Yeah. So at least the doula could, walk your wife and you through the preparation process. We used to call it midwives. And remember, historically, even the Salem witch trials was the killing off of midwives. It was created by the so-called Negro peon before he authored or advised or gathered how many people's heads he chopped off to write or create the Holy Bible. Check out Demonology. Now, that actually was written by King James, if we understand the legend. And all of it was in the discussion of witchcraft and Aboriginal women. So the book, The Demonology, came out just prior to the Holy Bible being authored.
Yeah, the closest I have to a midwife is the Samoan lady. She helped my sister with a few of her children. That's how I found out about her just yesterday. I had a real meeting with the family about this, and that's how I got that information. But it's no the other option is me, either getting on the plane or driving down south to get this done. But
if you have Hulu, and check out the documentary. I think we got a delay here. I don't know if you can hear me. If you do have Hulu and check out the documentary Aftershock, a lot of Dulus were in there with contact information. But it's very disturbing. One sister, and I'll land on this quote. One young sister that was very fearful about going to being delivered in the hospital compared Black women going and giving birth with their mortality rate in hospitals about equal to a Black man having a 5-0 roll up on him and end up being George Floyd. And
I'm about to get on up out of here, y'all. I've been on here for 5.5 hours. I love y'all.
Wow, Chief.
I had a ball.
It was 8:30.
Yeah, I'm pooped.
Yeah, this shit could get real deep. I know. We got fresh legs coming on.
Yeah. I think holidays probably coming on. So I'm going to get comfortable.
Okay, fam.
Love y'all.
As always.
Appreciate
everybody.
you.
Good day.
Appreciate you.
Peace to the family.
Sister Betty.
Everybody, we out.
Peace.
Appreciate everyone on
All right.
channel.
All right. Now.
All right, there, Alabama.
Peace and
Alabama. You crazy, man. Peace, my brother. Peace, everybody. All right.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day, and when the sun sets, you ask